Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't explain what happened in our house, even after 15 years. I've tried talking to experts, priests, paranormal investigators, you name it. Nobody has given me a satisfying explanation, and I'm starting to think there isn't one. I'm only sharing this now because I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. Our family home in Ravencrest was built by my paternal grandparents in the 1960s. It was a modest two-story house with 4 bedrooms, nothing special or extraordinary from the outside. My parents, Robert and Diane, moved us there when I was 6, and my brother Nathan was 4. Everything was normal for the first few years. Then, when I was around 12, things started happening that I couldn't explain. It began with sleep paralysis. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, completely frozen, unable to move a muscle or scream for help. During these episodes, I'd see what the locals called the Dark Man, a shadow figure standing in the corner of my room or sometimes at the foot of my bed, just watching, waiting. I couldn't move or speak, just lie there in absolute terror as this thing stared at me. My parents thought it was just nightmares at first. Dad would tell me to stop watching scary movies, and Mum would leave my bedroom door open with the hallway light on. But it kept happening, getting worse each time. The shadow would get closer, sometimes leaning over me until I could feel cold breath on my face. One night, about 6 months after these episodes began, something escalated. I woke up to the feeling of something, pulling my hair. I had long hair back then, down to my waist, and I could physically feel it being tugged, strand by strand. I screamed, actually managing to break through the paralysis this time. My grandmother Meredith, who was staying with us that weekend, came running in with a bottle of holy water she kept by her bed. She sprinkled it around my room while praying, and the tugging stopped. My grandmother told me later that she'd seen something dart under my bed when she entered the room. She never told my parents that part. The worst incident happened a few weeks later. We were all in the living room on a Sunday afternoon. Dad was watching football, Mum was reading, Nathan was playing with his toys on the floor, and I was doing homework on the couch. Suddenly, my body went completely rigid. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, but I was fully conscious and not even tired. This had never happened while I was awake before, and definitely not with other people around. Mum noticed first. "Emily, are you okay?" she asked, but I couldn't respond. My eyes were fixed on a point above the television where the shadow person now stood, watching our family. Nobody else seemed to see it. Mom came over and shook me, but I remained frozen. Nathan started crying, and Dad turned off the TV, trying to figure out what was wrong with me. I could see and hear everything, but couldn't respond or even blink. Grandma Meredith had told Mom about an old local tradition for cases like mine. Following her instructions, Mom sent Nathan to get Dad's belt while she held my hand, telling me everything would be okay. When Nathan returned with the leather belt, they wrapped it around my waist as some kind of protection. I don't know if it actually did anything, but the pressure of the belt around me felt comforting. "Get her some water," Mum told Nathan. He ran to the kitchen and came back with water in a plastic cup. But as he approached me, the strangest thing happened, something I still can't explain to this day. The cup split into perfect straight lines in his hand, not cracked or broken, but cut with surgical precision, as if someone had taken a scalpel to it. Water splashed everywhere as the cup fell apart in equal sections on our living room floor. Everyone froze. Nathan dropped what remained of the cup and backed away. Dad, who had been skeptical of my episodes, stood there with his mouth open. Mom crossed herself, something I'd never seen her do before. "What the hell was that?" Dad whispered. After about 5 minutes, my paralysis suddenly lifted. I gasped for air and started sobbing. When I could finally speak, I told them about the shadow figure I'd seen and how it had been watching us for months. That night, we slept with all the lights on in the house. The activity spread after that. Within a month, both Mom and Nathan started experiencing sleep paralysis too. Nathan, only 10 at the time, would wake up screaming about the man in the corner. Mom would feel pinned to her bed, unable to move, with the sensation of something sitting on her chest. Dad never experienced the paralysis, but even he couldn't deny the other strange things happening around our house. We'd hear chairs moving in the kitchen when nobody was there. The sound of dishware clinking together would echo through the house in the middle of the night. Most disturbing were the noises that happened when we were all out of the house. Neighbors reported hearing conversations and laughter from our empty home. After 3 months of this escalating activity, I convinced my parents to let me talk to Father Michael at our local church. I wasn't particularly religious, but I was desperate for help. Father Michael listened to my story without judgment and suggested we might be dealing with a lost spirit trying to communicate. "Not all spirits are malevolent," he told me. "Some are just confused, unable to move on." He suggested we give the spirit a name to humanize it and reduce our fear. We decided on Samuel. Father Michael also helped us theorize about who Samuel might be. My grandmother Meredith had a strange experience as a child. She'd taken flowers from a local graveyard and claimed to be haunted afterward by an angry old man. Could this be the same entity? Another theory involved my great-grandfather, who had promised before his death that he would visit from the attic after he passed. The house had been in our family for generations, so there was no shortage of potential Samuels. The haunting continued with new manifestations almost daily. Mum would feel an invisible weight pressing down on her bed at night. Dad, who worked late shifts, would come home to find all the kitchen cabinets open. Nathan swore he saw his video game controller's joystick move on its own, and then watched as it unplugged itself from the console. One of the most frequent occurrences was footsteps. We'd hear someone walking slowly up the stairs when everyone was accounted for. Heavy, deliberate steps that would stop at the top of the staircase, followed by silence. We grew so accustomed to this that we'd sometimes acknowledge it with a casual, "Samuel's coming upstairs again." The incident that still gives me nightmares happened when I was 16. I was home alone after school, waiting for everyone else to return. I was in my bedroom doing homework when I heard the front door open and close. Assuming it was Mom or Nathan home early, I called out a greeting. No response. I went downstairs and found no one there, but the front door was locked from the inside. Our doors had deadbolts that required a key from outside, but could be turned manually from inside. Someone or something had locked the door from inside the house. I checked all the windows and other doors. Everything was locked from the inside. I called Mom in a panic, and she rushed home to find me sitting on the front porch, having climbed out my bedroom window because I was too terrified to stay inside. When she arrived, the front door was unlocked. Over time, we learned to coexist with whatever was in our house. We acknowledged Samuel's presence, sometimes even speaking to him directly. The activities never completely stopped, but they became less frightening and more of an unusual quirk of our home. Dad, the skeptic, eventually came up with explanations for most occurrences. The house settling, wind in the chimney, overtired imaginations. But he never could explain the cup that split into perfect sections in Nathan's hand. The pieces of that cup stayed in our basement for years, a reminder that some things defy explanation. 15 years later, my parents still live in that house. Nathan and I have moved away, but when we visit, strange things still happen. Knocks on walls with no source. The feeling of someone sitting on the edge of your bed at night. The sound of a door opening and closing when no one is there. Last Christmas, when the whole family was gathered in the living room, We all heard a distinct cough from the empty kitchen. We looked at each other, and Dad simply said, "Samuel's still here." I've tried to research what happened to us. I've read about group psychosis, carbon monoxide poisoning, electromagnetic field disturbances, all the rational explanations for perceived hauntings. None of them fully explain what we experienced. Sometimes I wonder if telling our story will bring it all back, make it worse somehow. But I also hope that by sharing this, someone might recognize something similar in their own experience and feel less alone. Or maybe someone has answers that have eluded us for 15 years. I still have nightmares about the dark man standing over my bed. I still wake up sometimes feeling like my hair is being pulled. And I still can't explain how a plastic cup could split into perfect sections in my brother's hand, witnessed by my entire family. Whatever was in our house in Ravencrest, whether we call it Samuel or something else, it changed us all. It made us question what we know about reality and what might exist beyond what we can readily explain. The most disturbing part? When I called Mom last week to tell her I was finally going to write about our experiences, the call dropped immediately. When I called back, she said she'd heard someone whispering my name in the background of the call just before it disconnected. She was alone in the house. Story 2. I still find it hard to talk about what happened at that house in Millfield. It's been 3 years, but I get chills just thinking about it. I never believed in the paranormal before. I was always the skeptical one in our friend group. But after what happened, I don't know what to believe anymore. It started last fall when my friends and I decided to rent a house together for our junior year at Millfield College. There were 4 of us: me, Mark, Tyler, Jessica, and Connor. We'd been friends since freshman year and thought living together would be fun. The house was this old 2-story place about 10 minutes from campus. Nothing fancy, but the rent was cheap, and it had enough bedrooms for all of us. The landlord, this middle-aged guy named Dave, seemed a bit off when we signed the lease. He kept emphasizing how the house was recently renovated, but didn't make eye contact when he said it. I remember thinking it was weird how eager he was to get us to sign, but we were desperate for affordable housing near campus, so we didn't think much of it. Move-in day was when things first felt wrong. I arrived before the others to get my stuff unpacked. The house had this smell, not exactly musty, but something different, like ozone or metal. I figured it was just old house smell and started carrying my boxes upstairs to my bedroom. While I was arranging my clothes in the closet, I got this sudden feeling that someone was watching me. You know that prickly sensation on the back of your neck, like that, but intense. I turned around, half expecting to see Tyler or one of the others, but the doorway was empty. As I turned back to the closet, I caught movement from the corner of my eye, up near the ceiling. There's a small access hatch to the attic in the hallway, and I swear I saw something move behind the small vent slats. It was just for a second, but it looked like fingers or the edge of a face. I stood frozen for a moment, then convinced myself it was just shadows from the trees outside. When Tyler arrived an hour later, I helped him move his stuff in. As we were setting up his room, he suddenly stopped and stared at his door. "Did you just turn my doorknob?" he asked. I was across the room unpacking his Xbox. "No, why? I swear I just saw it turn, like someone was trying to open it from the hallway." We checked, but there was no one else in the house yet. Tyler shrugged it off, joking about ghosts, and we went back to unpacking. I didn't mention what I'd seen by the attic. By evening, all 4 of us were moved in, and we ordered pizza to celebrate. Everything seemed normal as we sat around the living room talking about classes and making plans for the semester. The weird feelings from earlier faded, and I figured it was just move-in day jitters. That illusion lasted exactly 1 week. It was a Tuesday evening. I was studying in my room when I heard a knock on our front door. Tyler answered it, and I heard muffled conversation. A few minutes later, he came upstairs looking confused. "That was our neighbor from next door," he said. Apparently, Every single picture frame and decoration on their wall fell off simultaneously about 20 minutes ago. Our house was attached to another rental on one side, like a duplex, but with a solid wall between. The neighbors were 3 girls we hadn't met yet. "Maybe a truck drove by?" Jessica suggested from her doorway. That's what I said, but she swore nothing like that happened. Said it was like someone pushed everything off at once. We all laughed it off as weird, but not concerning. But that night, something happened that I still can't explain. I was alone in my bedroom around 11 o'clock. Connor and Jessica had gone to a party, and Tyler was at his girlfriend's place. I was sitting at my desk working on a paper when I heard a soft scratching sound from my closet. At first, I thought it was just the house settling or maybe mice in the walls. But then the scratching got louder, more deliberate. I turned toward the closet, my heart starting to race. The door was partially open, and as I stared at it, it began to slowly swing closed. I told myself it was just a draft, even though there were no windows open. But then, when it was almost shut, the door suddenly slammed closed with such force that some books fell off my shelf. The sound echoed through the empty house. I couldn't move. I sat there, frozen in my chair, staring at the closet door. The rational part of my brain tried to come up with explanations. Air pressure, a draft, the house settling. But it felt deliberate, like someone was in there and had pulled it shut. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute, I managed to whisper, "Thank you." I don't know why I said it. It just felt like the right thing to do, like acknowledging whatever had closed that door might keep it from doing something worse. Then I grabbed my keys, laptop and phone, and got the hell out. I didn't even lock the door behind me. I just ran to my car and drove straight to my girlfriend Amber's apartment across town. When she asked what was wrong, I made up some excuse about needing help with my paper. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what really happened. I stayed away from the house for almost 2 weeks, crashing on Amber's couch and grabbing clothes when I knew others would be home. I made excuses about working on a group project, but I think my roommates knew something was up. Eventually, though, I ran out of excuses and had to move back in. When I returned on a Saturday afternoon, the atmosphere in the house had changed. Tyler and Jessica were arguing in the kitchen, and Connor was holed up in his room with the door closed. There was this tension that hadn't been there before. "Welcome back, stranger," Tyler said when I walked in. His tone wasn't friendly. Jessica looked relieved to see me. "Thank God you're here. This house is driving us crazy." "What do you mean?" I asked, putting my backpack down. "Tyler thinks I'm messing with his stuff," she said, "and Connor swears someone's been in his room while he's at class." "I never said you were doing it on purpose," Tyler snapped. "I just said my things keep getting moved around." Their argument continued, but I tuned it out. That weird feeling was back, the sensation of being watched. I glanced up at the ceiling, half expecting to see something staring back at me from a vent or corner. Later that evening, Amber came over to hang out. As we were heading upstairs to my room, she suddenly stopped on the staircase. "Did you just push me?" she asked, turning around with an annoyed expression. "What? No, I'm 2 steps behind you." "Someone just shoved my back," she insisted, looking genuinely freaked out. I told her it was probably just an uneven stair, but she was shaken. Once in my room, she kept glancing around nervously. I didn't tell her about the closet incident, afraid it would only scare her more. After Amber left, I called the maintenance number our landlord had given us, reporting that the stairs might be uneven or damaged. They promised to send someone the next day. That night was when it all came to a head. Around 9 p.m., Jessica knocked on my door, saying she needed help with her statistics homework. I was glad for the company, still feeling uneasy being alone in my room. We sat on my bed with our laptops, and for an hour or so, things were normal. Blake, who lived in the room next to mine, walked past my open door on his way to the bathroom. As he passed the hall closet with its mirrored door, something impossible happened. The mirror, a heavy, full-length one, bolted to the door, suddenly bent backward like it was made of rubber, then slammed forward against the door with a sound like a gunshot. Blake jumped back, yelling, "What the fuck?" Jessica and I rushed to the door. The mirror was intact, still firmly attached to the closet door. "Did you see that?" Blake asked, his face pale. "The mirror, it bent." Before we could respond, Connor came out of his room to see what the commotion was about. As he walked past the same closet, the mirror started violently rattling in its frame. Not bending this time, but shaking so hard it looked like it would shatter. We all backed away. Even Connor, who'd been the most dismissive of the weird occurrences, looked terrified. "This house is fucking haunted," Jessica whispered. I didn't wait to hear more. Something in me snapped. Fight or flight kicked in and flight won. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed it with some clothes and my laptop, and headed for the door. "Where are you going?" Tyler asked, coming upstairs to see what all the noise was about. "I can't stay here," I said. "Something's not right with this house. You can't just leave. We all signed the lease. You're responsible for your part of the rent," he argued. "I don't care, I'll pay it, but I'm not sleeping here anymore." The others started arguing with me, saying I was overreacting, that there had to be a logical explanation. But I could see the fear in their eyes too. They were just in denial, trying to rationalize things because the alternative was too frightening to accept. I left that night and didn't go back except to grab more of my stuff the next day, and only when Tyler texted to say he and Connor would be there. I couldn't face that house alone. 2 days later, the sorority next door to us held a meeting at our house. Jessica had invited them over since we had a bigger living room. During the meeting, one of the girls went to plug in her laptop, and smoke started pouring out of the light switch next to the outlet. Everyone panicked and evacuated the house, calling the fire department. When the firefighters and an electrician checked, they found nothing wrong with the wiring. No explanation for the smoke, no signs of an electrical fire, nothing. The electrician even said the wiring looked brand new, not what he'd expect in an old house. That was the final straw. Jessica and Connor went to the leasing office the next day and demanded to be relocated. They mentioned all the strange occurrences, the smoke incident, and even got the fire department report to back up their concerns. The property management company, probably worried about liability, agreed to move us to separate apartments in their newer complex across town. Tyler was the only one who wanted to stay, saying we were all being ridiculous. But when the rest of us moved out, he couldn't afford the rent alone and had to come too. We all ended up in different buildings, our friendship strained by what happened. I never went back to that house, but I still dream about it sometimes. In my dreams, I'm standing in the hallway, looking up at that attic access, knowing something is watching me from behind those slats. Sometimes I dream about opening my closet and finding it isn't a closet anymore, but a long, dark hallway that wasn't there before. The strangest part? A few months after we moved out, I ran into one of our former neighbors at a coffee shop. I asked her who moved into our old place, and she looked at me strangely. "No one," she said. "It's been empty since you guys left. The landlord keeps showing it, but every time someone's about to sign a lease, they change their minds." I still don't know what was in that house. I've researched the property's history, but found nothing unusual. No deaths, no crimes, nothing that would explain what we experienced. All I know is that something there wanted us gone, and it got its wish. And to this day, whenever I'm alone in a quiet room and hear the soft click of a door closing somewhere in the house, my blood runs cold, and I find myself whispering thank you to empty air, just in case. Story 3. I still can't believe I'm finally sharing this. For 3 years, I've kept it mostly between me and Melissa, occasionally telling parts to close friends who I knew wouldn't think we're crazy. But I need to get this out now. Maybe someone else has gone through something similar and can make sense of what happened to us. It started when Melissa and I moved into our first place together in Pinewood. We were so excited. It was this charming converted house split into apartments, and we got the first floor unit. The rent was reasonable, the neighborhood seemed quiet, and it had this bonus basement storage area that came with our apartment. The landlord, Mr. Keller, was this older guy who seemed decent enough. He'd owned the property for like 30 years and lived nearby. I specifically chose the first floor because it was bigger than the upstairs units. Plus, having basement access was a huge perk for storage. The place had character, hardwood floors, those classic crown moldings, and these amazing bay windows in the living room that let in so much natural light. Everything about it felt right. The first month was completely normal. We settled in, arranged our furniture, and started to feel at home. I was working night shifts at the factory back then, so my sleep schedule was all over the place. Melissa worked normal hours at her office job, which meant we were on opposite schedules half the time. The first thing that happened, the first real indication something was wrong, occurred about 6 weeks after we moved in. I had come home from work around 7 in the morning and crashed in bed while Melissa was getting ready for work. I remember waking up around noon, still groggy, and hearing what sounded like a child saying, "Mommy," right next to our bed. My eyes shot open, and what I saw still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. There was this shadow figure crouched on all fours on top of Melissa, who was sound asleep next to me. It wasn't solid, more like smoke shaped into a human form, but dense enough that I couldn't see through it. The shadow was just hovering there, inches above her body. I blinked and it disappeared, just gone. I convinced myself it was sleep paralysis or something. I'd been working crazy hours, my sleep pattern was messed up, and I was probably just exhausted. I didn't even mention it to Melissa at first. Why freak her out over what was probably just my brain playing tricks on me? But then, about a week later, I was coming home from work at dawn, walking up the driveway toward our building, when I happened to glance up at the top of the house. There's this small attic window, and I swear to God, there was a face looking down at me, pale, almost grey, with these hollow-looking eyes, just staring. Here's the thing. Mr. Keller had specifically told us when we moved in that no one had access to the attic. It was bolted shut from the inside of the top floor apartment, and he used it for long-term storage of building materials. The tenants upstairs were this older couple who'd lived there for years. They certainly didn't look anything like what I saw. When I got inside, I woke Melissa up and told her what I'd seen. She tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the light hitting the window weird, or maybe Mr. Keller was up there getting something. But I knew what I'd seen. There was someone, or something, watching me from a space that was supposed to be inaccessible. After that, we started noticing smaller things. Footsteps overhead when the upstairs neighbors were definitely out. Objects not being where we left them. That feeling of being watched when you're alone in a room. I'd catch glimpses of shadow figures in my peripheral vision, but when I'd turn to look, nothing would be there. Melissa experienced it too. She'd be in the shower and swear someone walked into the bathroom, but when she called out, no one answered. She'd feel cold spots in specific areas of the apartment that would move around. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. We tried to ignore it. We'd joke about our roommate to make light of the situation, but deep down, we were both getting more and more uncomfortable. I started researching the history of the house, but couldn't find anything particularly sinister. It was built in the 1920s, had various owners over the years, and was converted to apartments in the 70s. Nothing that screamed haunted or suggested any tragic events. Everything changed when Melissa got pregnant. We were thrilled. We'd been trying for a while, and finding out we were going to be parents was the best news ever. But it's like whatever was in that apartment knew she was pregnant before we even did, because the activity ramped up almost immediately. Melissa started having these vivid nightmares about someone trying to hurt the baby. She'd wake up gasping for air, feeling like something had been sitting on her chest. One morning, she found these weird, small bruises on her stomach that looked like fingerprints. I came home from work one day to find her crying on the couch because she'd been pushed, actually physically shoved, while walking down the hallway. No one else was home. I confronted Mr. Keller, trying to be casual about it, asking if the place had any history I should know about. He got this weird look on his face and said, "Every old house has its stories," but wouldn't elaborate. When I pressed him, he just said previous tenants had occasionally mentioned odd occurrences, but nothing serious. He clearly didn't want to talk about it. The basement started to feel especially wrong. I'd go down there to get something from storage and feel this overwhelming sense of dread. The air felt heavier down there, colder, and I always had the sensation of someone standing right behind me. I installed extra lighting, thinking maybe the dimness was playing tricks on my mind, but it didn't help. At 7 months pregnant, Melissa woke up screaming one night. She said she'd felt something tugging on her hair, hard enough to pull her head back. When I turned on the light, there were actual strands of her hair on the pillow, like they'd been yanked out. That same night, we heard what sounded like a child crying coming from inside our closet. When I checked, nothing was there, but all of our clothes had been pulled off their hangers and were piled on the floor. We seriously considered moving, but our lease had 6 months left, and we couldn't afford to break it and pay for a new place while preparing for the baby. Plus, I kept thinking maybe we were just being paranoid. Stress can do weird things to your perception, right? And Melissa was pregnant. Her hormones were going crazy. Maybe that was affecting things too. So we stayed. Thomas was born in August, and for a brief moment everything seemed okay. We brought him home, set up his nursery in what had been our spare room, and for about a week there was nothing unusual. We thought maybe whatever had been happening was over. We were so wrong. It started with the baby monitor. We'd hear static, then whispering that wasn't coming from Thomas's room. Sometimes we'd see shadows moving across the camera when we checked the video feed. Melissa would go to check on him and find the room freezing cold, even in the summer heat, with all the windows closed and the AC off. Then one morning, Melissa went to get Thomas from his crib and found 3 long, thin scratches down his back. They weren't deep, but they were definitely there. 3 parallel lines, too straight and even to be accidental. We frantically tried to figure out how it happened. Could his onesie have had a loose thread? Did his tiny fingernails need to be trimmed again? But the scratches were in a place he couldn't have reached himself, and we'd been putting mittens on his hands at night anyway. We put him in full-body sleepers with attached mittens and made sure there was nothing in his crib that could possibly scratch him. The next morning, there were identical scratches on his chest. That was it. That was our breaking point. We could tolerate the entity messing with us, scaring us, even the occasional physical interaction with Melissa and me. But our baby, our defenseless newborn son, absolutely not. I called into work and told them I needed emergency family leave. We packed our essentials in a single afternoon, loaded up our car, and went to stay with Melissa's parents while we figured out our next move. I called Mr. Keller and explained that we had a family emergency and wouldn't be returning to the apartment. I told him to keep our security deposit and that we'd arranged to get the rest of our stuff later. His reaction was weird. He didn't seem surprised or even that upset. He just asked, "Did something happen in the apartment?" When I hesitated, he said, "I understand. Take care of your family first." It was almost like he knew what was going on. We never went back to live there. About 2 weeks later, I returned with Melissa's brother and my best friend to get the rest of our belongings. The whole time we were there, I felt like something was watching us, following us from room to room. The guys felt it too. They kept looking over their shoulders and rushing to get things packed up. Before we left for good, I felt like I needed to do something for whoever might live there next. I couldn't in good conscience just walk away, knowing another family might experience what we did. But I also didn't want to cause problems for Mr. Keller, who had been decent to us overall and didn't deserve to have his property labeled as haunted, which would tank his rental value. So I wrote a detailed letter explaining everything that had happened to us. All the encounters, the escalation when Melissa got pregnant, the attacks on Thomas, everything. I sealed it in a waterproof plastic bag and hid it behind this removable wood panel in the basement that accessed the water main. I figured any curious tenant would eventually find it, especially if they started experiencing things themselves. We were incredibly lucky to find a small house for sale that we could actually afford. My parents helped with the down payment as an early inheritance, and we moved in less than a month after leaving the apartment. Thomas is 3 now, and he's perfectly fine. No lasting effects from what happened. Our new place isn't completely free of strange occurrences. Sometimes we hear footsteps upstairs when no one's there, or doors will close by themselves. But it feels different, not threatening or malicious. More like someone just sharing the space with us. We've made peace with it, but I still think about that apartment, about what was there with us. Why did it escalate when Melissa got pregnant? Why did it target our baby? Was it jealousy, anger, or something more primal, something that feeds on fear and vulnerability? I check the rental listings for that building sometimes, just to see if it's available. So far, no one seems to stay more than 8 or 9 months. The turnover rate is suspiciously high. I wonder if they found my letter. I wonder if they experienced the same things we did. And I wonder if that entity is still there, waiting for the next family, the next opportunity to terrorize people when they're at their most vulnerable. Sometimes I dream about that face in the attic window. In my dreams, it's clearer, gaunt, with sunken eyes and this expression of pure malice. It's always watching, always waiting. I wake up from those dreams in a cold sweat, reflexively checking on Thomas to make sure he's safe. Whatever was in that apartment, it knew exactly how to hurt us most. And that's what terrifies me to this day. Not just that it existed, but that it understood us, studied us, and knew precisely when and how to strike. I don't think we were its first targets, and I'm certain we won't be its last. Story 4. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. Growing up, I always thought people who claimed to see apparitions were either making it up or had vivid imaginations. But that was before I moved into that house in Ontario with my dad. 8 years we lived there, 8 years of questioning my sanity, of second-guessing everything I saw and heard. And now, years later, I still can't explain what happened to us there. It started small. My dad and I moved in after my parents' divorce in the summer of 2011. The house itself was nothing special, a typical 70s split level with faded wallpaper and outdated fixtures. But it was affordable, and we needed a fresh start. From the very first night, though, something felt wrong. Not dangerous, just off. Like walking into a room where people had just been arguing. You can feel the tension, even though nothing visible indicates it. I remember unpacking my stuff in my new bedroom when I got this intense feeling someone was watching me. I turned around expecting to see my dad in the doorway, but there was nobody there, just an empty hallway. I brushed it off as nerves about the move. About 3 months in, things started happening that we couldn't explain away so easily. The first incident I remember clearly involved my grandmother's death certificate. My dad kept it in a folder on his desk in the living room. One day we both left the house to go grocery shopping, and when we returned, the certificate was sitting on the kitchen counter, not the whole folder, just that single document. Dad asked if I'd moved it, and I hadn't. There's no way either of us would have taken it out and put it there. We were the only ones with keys to the house, and the doors and windows had been locked. That was just the beginning. Papers would randomly relocate throughout the house. We'd leave something on the coffee table and find it on the stairs later. At first, we blamed each other or assumed we were being forgetful, but then it happened when we were together, when neither of us had moved from the couch. The shadows started a few months after that. You know that feeling when you think you see movement out of the corner of your eye, but when you turn to look, nothing's there. That became a daily occurrence. I'd be cooking dinner and swear someone walked past the kitchen doorway, but when I looked, the hallway was empty. My dad experienced the same thing. He'd be watching TV and suddenly turn his head as if someone had entered the room. The worst room was the kitchen. I hated being in there alone. Every time I'd cook, I'd feel someone standing behind me watching. I'd spin around expecting to find my dad, but there was never anyone there. I started blasting music through my headphones just to drown out the sensation. Then came the footsteps. We'd hear them clear as day, the distinctive sound of someone walking around upstairs when both of us were downstairs. Heavy, deliberate steps crossing from one end of the hallway to the other. My dad would grab a baseball bat and go check, but we never found anything. No signs of intruders, no open windows, nothing. By the 2-year mark, I was used to the small disturbances. They became almost normal, as crazy as that sounds. But what happened in year 2 changed everything. I was lying in bed one night, struggling to fall asleep. My bedroom door was open, and from my bed, I could see directly across the hall into my dad's room. His door was open too, and the light was off because he was downstairs watching a late movie. As I was staring into the darkness, I saw something that makes my skin crawl even now as I type this. A cloudy white figure, not quite human-shaped but definitely not smoke, drifted into my dad's room. It wasn't transparent, more like a dense fog with definition. It moved with purpose, not like how air currents would carry smoke. Once it was fully in the room, the door slammed shut with such force that the whole house seemed to shake. I froze, unable to move or call out. A few minutes later, I heard my dad coming up the stairs. He walked past my room and tried to open his door, but it seemed stuck. He had to push hard to get it open. When he turned on his light, I called out to ask if he'd closed his door before going downstairs. "No. Why would I?" he replied, looking confused. The next morning we examined the door. It had a weird angle. The top hinge was slightly bent, which meant the door always hung open unless it was deliberately pushed closed. There was no way it could have closed on its own. No draft could have done that. That was the night I stopped dismissing what was happening as coincidence or imagination. In our 4th year at the house, the encounters became more direct. I woke up one night. I still remember it was 3:33 in the morning because my digital clock was the first thing I saw when my eyes snapped open. I didn't know what had woken me until I lowered my gaze from the clock to the foot of my bed. There, as clear as I can see my computer screen now, was the face of an elderly man. Not a full body, just a face, floating about 4 feet off the ground. He had deep wrinkles, thin white hair, and eyes that seemed hollow yet somehow aware. His entire appearance had a bluish tinge to it, like he was illuminated by a blue light source that didn't exist in my room. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. His expression wasn't threatening. If anything, he looked confused or sad. Then I pulled my blanket over my head like a terrified child. When I finally gathered enough courage to peek out again, he was gone. I didn't tell my dad about it right away. How do you explain seeing a disembodied face in your room without sounding completely insane? But a week later, he mentioned having a dream about an old man standing in the hallway, and I knew it wasn't just me. We lived with these occurrences for 2 more years before we finally got some answers. Our next-door neighbor, an elderly woman who'd lived in the neighborhood since the houses were built, mentioned something about the old Graham house, referring to our place, having problems. When we pressed her for details, She told us that Mr. Graham, the original owner, had died of a heart attack in the house in the mid-80s. Her description of him, tall, thin, with wispy white hair and deep-set eyes, matched exactly what I'd seen at the foot of my bed. She also casually mentioned that every family who'd lived there since had moved out within a year or two, claiming the place was haunted. Every family except us. We'd already been there for 6 years by then. Learning about Mr. Graham explained some things, but not everything, because whatever was in our house, it wasn't just one ghost. The shadow figures we glimpsed weren't human-shaped. Sometimes they were too tall, stretching from floor to ceiling. Other times they moved in ways humans can't, sliding along walls or disappearing through solid objects. The basement and sitting room had the worst energy. I can't explain it better than that. Just a heavy, oppressive feeling that made it hard to breathe. Our cat, Luna, wouldn't go into the basement unless we carried her down, and even then she'd bolt back upstairs at the first opportunity. But sometimes she'd sit at the top of the basement stairs and stare down, her tail puffed up, tracking something with her eyes that we couldn't see. The weirdest thing was how she'd sometimes bat at the air in the basement, like she was playing with an invisible string or toy. She'd jump and paw at nothing, her eyes following something that wasn't there. It was cute until you realized what it meant. She was interacting with something we couldn't perceive. My dad tried renting out the basement as a separate apartment to help with the mortgage. Over those 8 years, we had 6 different tenants. Not one stayed longer than 4 months. They all had different excuses, job changes, relationship problems, financial issues. But they all left in a hurry. One guy abandoned most of his furniture rather than spend another night down there. The last tenant, a college student named James, finally told us the truth. He'd been waking up every night at the same time, 3:33, feeling like someone was sitting on his chest. He couldn't move or breathe until whatever it was decided to let him go. The final straw came when he saw what he described as a not-quite-human shadow standing in the corner of his room. He moved out the next day. Through all this, my dad and I developed an unspoken rule. We didn't talk about what was happening unless we absolutely had to. Acknowledging it made it more real somehow. So we lived alongside whatever shared our house, pretending everything was normal, until it wasn't. It was a Tuesday in March of our final year there. I'd come home from my evening class at around 9:30. The house was empty. Dad was working the night shift. I made myself a sandwich and sat at the kitchen table, scrolling through my phone. That's when I felt the temperature drop. Not gradually, but suddenly, like someone had opened a freezer door right next to me. My breath came out in visible puffs. In 8 years, this had never happened. We'd had cold spots, sure, but nothing like this. I stood up, intending to grab a sweater from my room, when every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen flew open simultaneously. Not just ajar, they slammed open with such force that dishes fell and shattered on the floor. I froze, unable to process what I was seeing. Then came the whispers. Not one voice, but many, overlapping so I couldn't make out individual words. They seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The lights began to flicker, and through the strobe-like effect, I saw them. Shadow figures, darker than the darkness itself, moving along the walls, ceiling, and floor. I ran. I didn't grab my coat or keys or phone. I just ran straight out the front door and didn't stop until I reached the end of the block. I called my dad from a neighbor's house, and he came home immediately. When we returned together, everything was normal. The cabinets were closed, the broken dishes were back on the shelves, unbroken. The temperature was normal. It was as if nothing had happened. But we both knew something had changed. Whatever had been quietly coexisting with us had become active, aggressive. 2 weeks later, we put the house up for sale. The strangest part? The day we moved out, nothing happened. No moving objects, no footsteps, no shadow figures. It was as if the house was letting us go, or maybe it was just satisfied that it had won. We sold it below market value to a young couple with a toddler. I wanted to warn them, but what would I say? By the way, your new home is infested with spirits that will terrorize you for years before finally driving you out. They wouldn't have believed me anyway. No one does until they experience it themselves. It's been 3 years since we moved out. I still have nightmares about that house, still wake up at 3:33 some mornings, heart racing, convinced there's a face hovering at the foot of my bed. I've looked up the new owners online. They listed the house for sale after just 10 months. The listing disappeared a week later. I wonder if they experienced what we did, or if whatever was in that house decided to show its true nature much earlier. I still don't know what was in that house. A ghost? Multiple ghosts? Something else entirely? All I know is that for 8 years, we shared our home with entities we couldn't see or understand. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still get that feeling of being watched, of not being quite alone, even in my new apartment hundreds of miles away. Sometimes I wonder if something followed us. Story 5. I've been a delivery driver for Domino's for about 3 years now. Nothing fancy, just a job that pays the bills while I figure out what I really want to do with my life. I know this town like the back of my hand, every shortcut, every back road, every pothole to avoid. That's what makes what happened so damn weird. I can't explain it, and I'm still not sure I believe it myself, even though I was right there. It was a Thursday evening in October, around 7:30. The sky was getting dark early, and there was this weird fog rolling in from the fields. Not super thick, but enough to make the headlights bounce back at you. I'd been working since noon, and I was on my last delivery run before my shift ended at 8. The address was for the Taylor farm out on County Road 16. I'd delivered there probably 100 times before. Nice family, always tipped well. I decided to take the back way through Orchard Lane since the main road had construction. I'd driven that same route twice already that day, so I'm cruising down Orchard Lane, radio playing some old rock song, when I noticed something weird. There was a house I'd never seen before, sitting about 50 yards back from the road, with this massive oak tree out front, and these perfectly maintained rose bushes lining the walkway. The porch light was on, casting this yellow glow that somehow felt off. I actually slowed down and did a double take. How had I never noticed this place before? It wasn't like it was hidden. It was a well-kept 2-story farmhouse, white with dark green shutters. The kind of place that's been there forever. But I swear on everything, I'd never seen it before in my life, and I'd driven down that road literally thousands of times. I shook my head and kept driving, delivered the pizza to the Taylors, got my tip, and headed back. I was supposed to go straight to the restaurant since my shift was ending, but something pulled me back to Orchard Lane. I had to make sure I wasn't going crazy. The house was still there, same oak tree, same rose bushes, same porch light. I pulled over and just stared at it for a minute. My phone showed I had about 15 minutes before I needed to be back. So I made a split-second decision and turned into the driveway. Looking back, I wish I'd just kept driving. I parked and walked up to the front door. The house seemed even older up close, but it was immaculately maintained. Not a paint chip or loose board in sight. The porch steps creaked under my feet, which seemed normal for an old house. What wasn't normal was how cold it suddenly got when I stepped onto the porch. It was like walking into a freezer, even though it had been a mild evening, maybe 55 degrees. I knocked on the door, half expecting no one to answer. After about 30 seconds, I heard shuffling inside, and the door opened. An elderly woman stood there, probably in her late 70s. She had silvery hair pulled back in a bun, wire-rimmed glasses, and was wearing a cardigan despite the warmth inside the house that I could feel wafting out. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice surprisingly strong for someone her age. "I'm sorry to bother you, ma'am," I said. I drive by here all the time, and I just realized I've never noticed your house before. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Oh, we've been here for decades, young man. Perhaps you just weren't paying attention. That's when I noticed him. Standing about 10 feet behind her in what looked like a living room was an elderly man. He was tall, thin, with a shock of white hair and wearing an old-fashioned grey suit. The weird thing was, he was just standing there, completely still, staring at me. Not in a curious way, but intensely. His eyes were fixed on mine, and his mouth was curled in what I can only describe as a grin that didn't belong on a human face. It was too wide, too forced. Being polite, I nodded to him and said, "Good evening, sir." The woman's face changed instantly. She frowned and turned to look behind her. "Who are you talking to?" I pointed. "The gentleman standing in your living room." She turned back, looking confused and suddenly very tired. "Young man, I live alone. There's no one else here." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold porch. I looked past her again, and the man was gone. Just gone. There was nowhere he could have walked to that quickly without making noise or passing by a window where I could see him. "I'm sorry," I stammered. "I could have sworn I saw someone standing right there. An older man, white hair, grey suit." The color drained from her face. She gripped the doorframe so hard her knuckles turned white. "What did you say?" "An older man with white hair, wearing a grey suit. He was standing right behind you, staring at me." She took a deep, shaky breath. "You'd better come in." Every instinct told me to leave, to get back in my car and drive away as fast as possible. But curiosity got the better of me. I followed her inside. The interior of the house was as well kept as the outside, filled with antique furniture that looked like it belonged in a museum. Family photos lined the walls, but I noticed that in most of them, corners had been cut out, or someone had been obviously removed from the picture. She led me to a kitchen and gestured for me to sit at a small table while she put a kettle on the stove. Her hands were shaking. "My name is Evelyn Harmon," she said without looking at me, "and you've just described my ex-husband Raymond." "Oh," I said, not sure what else to add. "Is he out somewhere?" She turned to face me, her expression grim. "Raymond died 8 years ago." My blood ran cold. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural. I've always thought people who claim to see that kind of stuff were either looking for attention or had overactive imaginations, but I know what I saw. "That's impossible," I said. "I saw him clear as day." Evelyn sat down across from me, her eyes searching mine as if looking for any sign I was lying. Did he look happy?" Something told me not to mention the disturbing grin. "He was smiling," I said carefully. She went even paler. "Raymond never smiled unless he was planning something horrible." The kettle whistled, making me jump. Evelyn got up slowly and poured hot water into 2 mugs with tea bags. Her movements were stiff, mechanical. "This house was his," she continued, placing a mug in front of me. "He left it to me in his will, which surprised everyone since we'd been divorced for 5 years when he died. I always wondered if it was one last way to torment me." "What do you mean?" I asked. She stared into her tea. "Raymond wasn't a good man. Our marriage was difficult. When we divorced, he threatened that I would never be free of him. I thought that ended when he died, but..." She gestured vaguely around the house. "I've always felt him here. Things go missing. I hear footsteps at night. The temperature drops suddenly in rooms. But no one's ever seen him before. Not until you." I took a sip of tea to hide my discomfort. "Maybe it was just a trick of the light," I offered, suddenly wanting very much to dismiss what I'd seen. "No," she said firmly. "You described him exactly, down to the suit he was buried in." We sat in silence for a moment. I glanced at my phone. My manager had texted asking where I was. I was now officially late getting back. "I should go," I said. But will you be okay here? Alone? Evelyn gave a tired smile. I've been dealing with Raymond for over 40 years, young man. I think I can handle his ghost. As I stood to leave, the lights flickered. Just once, but enough to make us both look up. He doesn't like people knowing he's here, she whispered. I hurried to the door but turned back. Ms. Harmon, I don't know much about this kind of thing, but I have a friend who's into spiritual stuff. Maybe they could help. She seemed to consider this. Perhaps. I've tried ministers and mediums before, but nothing seems to work. I wrote my number on the back of an old Domino's receipt. Call me if things get worse, okay? She nodded and took the paper. As I walked back to my car, I felt like someone was watching me. I looked back at the house and could have sworn I saw a face in the upstairs window, that same unnatural grin. But when I blinked, it was gone. I drove straight back to the restaurant, trying to convince myself I hadn't seen what I knew I had. My manager was annoyed, but didn't write me up. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Who would believe me? A week later, my phone rang with an unfamiliar number. It was Evelyn, and she sounded terrified. It's gotten worse, she said without preamble. Much worse. Things are moving on their own. Last night, all the kitchen knives were arranged in a circle on my bedroom floor when I woke up. Please, if your friend knows anything that might help. I called my buddy Jake, who's been into occult stuff for years. He owns this new age shop downtown and actually takes it pretty seriously. When I explained the situation, he immediately offered to help. We made plans to go to Evelyn's house the following evening. Jake brought what he called his exorcism kit, a mix of sage, salt, various crystals, and some old books. I was skeptical but desperate to help Evelyn. When we arrived, I was shocked by how much worse she looked after just a week. Her skin was grey, eyes sunken with dark circles, and she'd lost weight she couldn't afford to lose. He won't let me sleep, she explained as she led us in. Every time I close my eyes, something crashes or moves. The house gets so cold I can see my breath. As if on cue, the temperature dropped dramatically. Jake looked at me, eyebrows raised. He believed her, and now so did I. Jake explained he wanted to try 3 different cleansing methods to cover all spiritual bases. First was a traditional smudging with sage, walking through every room while reciting prayers from different faiths. Next came salt lines at every entrance and window. Finally, he brought out these small wooden tiles with symbols carved into them. These are protective runes, he explained to Evelyn. They're from Norse tradition, meant to ward off malevolent spirits. We placed them throughout the house, focusing on her bedroom and the living room where I'd seen Raymond. As Jake worked, I stayed with Evelyn in the kitchen. She told me more about Raymond, how controlling he'd been, how he'd isolated her from friends and family, how even after the divorce he'd find ways to insert himself into her life. The worst part, she said, staring into her tea, she seemed to drink a lot of it, is that everyone thought he was wonderful, charming, generous, pillars of the community. No one believed me when I tried to tell them what he was really like. Jake joined us, looking satisfied. I've done everything I know how to do. The house feels lighter already, don't you think? And strangely, it did. The oppressive feeling that had been present since we arrived had lifted somewhat. Evelyn even managed a genuine smile. But as we prepared to leave, a family photo crashed to the floor, the glass shattering. In the picture, Raymond's face was the only one that remained intact among the broken shards. He's still here, Evelyn whispered. Jake frowned. There's one more thing we can try, but it's more permanent. We need to address the foundation of the house. He explained that spirits sometimes attach themselves to physical structures. The solution was to carve protective symbols directly into the foundation of the house. It would take hours and would have to be done at specific points around the perimeter. I looked at my watch. It was already past 11. We can come back tomorrow, I suggested. Evelyn shook her head firmly. No, we do it now. I can't spend another night like this. So we worked until nearly 4 in the morning, Jake showing me how to carve these symbols into the concrete foundation at specific points. By the time we finished, we were exhausted, filthy, and my hands were blistered from the tools. But the atmosphere had changed dramatically. The house felt empty. Just a house. Evelyn hugged us both before we left. "I don't know how to thank you," she said, tears in her eyes. "For the first time in years, I feel like I can breathe." We checked on her a few days later, and she reported no further incidents. The house stayed warm, nothing moved on its own, and she was finally sleeping through the night. 3 months later, I had occasion to drive down Orchard Lane again and decided to stop by. I was surprised to find another car in the driveway, a small blue Honda I didn't recognize. Evelyn answered the door looking like a different person. She'd gained weight, her skin had color, and she moved with more energy than before. She invited me in and introduced me to her daughter Caroline, who had moved in with her. "Caroline's a spiritualist," Evelyn explained proudly. "She's been helping maintain the cleansing you and your friend did." Caroline, a woman in her 50s, with her mother's eyes, shook my hand warmly. "Mom told me everything. I felt Dad's presence here for years, but thought I was imagining it. What you did, you freed her." Over coffee, Caroline explained that she'd been estranged from her mother for decades because of Raymond. He convinced me she was unstable, that she made up stories for attention. I was young and believed him. It wasn't until after he died that I started to question things. She looked at her mother with regret. By then, the damage was done. It took us years to rebuild our relationship. When Mum called about what was happening here, about what you saw, it confirmed everything she'd been trying to tell people for years. Before I left, Caroline took me aside. "There's something you should know. My father was more than just controlling. He was dangerous. After he died, we found evidence that he might have been responsible for the disappearance of 2 women in the 70s. The police investigated but couldn't prove anything." She lowered her voice. "That smile you described, that was his hunting face. I saw it a few times growing up, always before something terrible happened. I think you interrupted whatever he was planning to do to Mum." I drove home with goosebumps, thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't noticed that house that night. Sometimes I still drive down Orchard Lane just to check. The house is always there now, visible and normal looking. Evelyn waves when she sees my car, but sometimes, just for a split second as I drive past, I think I see a face in the upstairs window. Not Raymond's, at least I don't think so. Just a shadow, watching, waiting. And I wonder if we really got rid of him, or if he's just biding his time. I've never fully believed in ghosts or the supernatural, but I know what I saw that night. And I know that sometimes when someone is evil enough, death isn't enough to stop them. Sometimes hatred and the desire to control are stronger than whatever barriers separate the living from the dead. Raymond found a way to keep hurting Evelyn even after he died. And sometimes I wonder if he's still there, waiting for us to let our guard down. I check on Evelyn and Caroline regularly now. So far, everything seems fine, but I keep Jake's number on speed dial, just in case. Because if there's one thing I learned from this whole experience, it's that some ghosts don't want to move on. Some ghosts just want to keep hurting the living. And Raymond seemed like exactly that kind of ghost. Story 6. I still struggle to talk about what happened in that house. It's been almost 5 years since we moved out, but I still wake up sometimes with that taste of ash in my mouth. It all started when I first visited my fiancée Ellie's family home in rural Texas. We'd been dating for almost 2 years, and I was finally going to meet her parents and see the historic house she'd grown up in. She'd mentioned it was old, built sometime in the 1860s, but nothing could have prepared me for what I felt the moment I stepped through that front door. The second my foot crossed the threshold, It hit me. A wave of goosebumps prickled across my skin like I'd walked through a spider web. The air felt different, heavier somehow. I smelled something sweet, like fresh-baked cookies or bread. But underneath that was something wrong. A coldness ran down my spine, and I suddenly felt this intense pain in my chest, like heartburn but worse. The room started spinning slightly, and my mouth filled with what tasted like ashes. "Jonathan, are you okay?" Ellie was looking at me with concern. I must have stopped walking because I was just standing there in the entryway, one hand against the wall to steady myself. "You look like you've seen a ghost," her mother said, coming around the corner from the kitchen. She laughed, but there was something tight about the sound. When I didn't laugh back, her expression changed. "Oh dear, you've gone white as a sheet." I tried to pull myself together. "I'm fine, just tired from the drive, I guess." But as I said it, I glanced toward the doorway between the dining room and the kitchen. I swear there was a hand. Just a hand resting on the doorframe, pale, wrinkled, with swollen knuckles, an old woman's hand. I pointed at it without thinking. Whose? But when everyone turned to look, it was gone, just gone. That's when I noticed all the kitchen cabinets were open, every single one. "Did you leave those open?" Ellie asked her mom. Her mother sighed and walked back into the kitchen, closing them one by one. "No, but it happens all the time. This old house settles and the latches don't catch properly." Ellie's dad chuckled. "Or maybe it's Grandma Walsh checking if we've been keeping the place tidy." Everyone laughed it off so easily. I wanted to believe the explanation about the house settling, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The rest of that first visit went okay. I still felt uneasy, especially in the kitchen, but I chalked it up to nerves about meeting Ellie's family. We stayed for the weekend and then drove back to Houston, where we were living at the time. Fast forward 4 years. Ellie and I got married, and her parents decided to downsize and move to Florida. They offered us their house at a price we couldn't refuse. Ellie was thrilled. She loved that old place and all its history. I was less enthusiastic, but I didn't want to disappoint her. I told myself that first visit had just been my imagination running wild. We moved in during the summer. The first few weeks were busy with unpacking and settling in, and I was able to ignore the occasional odd creak or groan from the house. But once things quieted down, I couldn't ignore it anymore. Ellie works as a nurse, so she often has night shifts. Those nights alone in the house were the worst. I'd hear creaking footsteps upstairs when there was nobody there. That taste of ash would suddenly fill my mouth for no reason. And the smells. Sometimes it was fresh-baked goods, like cookies or bread. Other times it was something burning. Ellie didn't seem to notice anything unusual. When I mentioned the sounds or smells, she'd just shrug and say, "It's an old house, John. It has character." But it wasn't just character. I knew it wasn't. The night it all came to a head was in October, about 3 months after we'd moved in. Ellie was working overnight and I was alone in the house. I'd fallen asleep on the couch watching TV and woke up around 2 in the morning. As I was turning off the TV, I heard it, what sounded like small, light footsteps in the attic. Now, the attic in that house wasn't accessed by a pull-down ladder like in most homes. It had a proper staircase, hidden in what was basically a half-closet off the living room. The door to this closet was always kept closed, and Ellie had told me they never used the attic much growing up because it was too stuffy. I sat there frozen on the couch, listening to those tiny footsteps moving back and forth above me. Then they stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the footsteps. I was about to get up and go to bed, convincing myself it was just the house settling, when I heard something that made my blood run cold, a child's giggle. It was coming from the closet with the attic stairs. I checked my phone. It was 3:15 a.m. I should have just gone to bed. I should have called Ellie or a friend or literally anyone, but instead I got up and walked to that closet. The giggle had stopped, but now I could hear a soft humming, like someone singing a lullaby, just barely audible. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob. It was ice cold to the touch. When I opened the door, the humming stopped immediately. Inside was just what you'd expect, a small, dark closet with a narrow staircase leading up to the attic. Nothing unusual except, was that a toy at the bottom of the stairs? I could have sworn I saw something small and plastic, like a little action figure, but when I blinked, there was nothing there. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring up those stairs into darkness. Then I did something incredibly stupid. I decided to go up. I turned on the flashlight on my phone and took the first step. Immediately, my mouth filled with that ashy taste again. The air got warmer with each step I took, even though it was a cool October night and the rest of the house was chilly. When I reached the top of the stairs, I nearly dropped my phone in shock. The attic wasn't just an empty storage space like I'd imagined. It was set up like an extra bedroom and bathroom, complete with furniture. But everything, and I mean everything, was blackened and charred, like there had been a fire. There was a small bed pushed against one wall, and sitting on it were children's toys, a teddy bear, some blocks, a little doll, all burnt and discolored. The strangest part was that the room didn't smell of smoke or fire damage. It smelled like baking cookies. I took a few steps into the room, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The floor creaked beneath me, but it seemed solid enough. I swept my flashlight around, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There were faded pictures on the walls, too damaged by what looked like smoke and heat to make out what they'd been. The small bathroom off to the side had an old-fashioned tub with claw feet, also blackened. That's when I started having trouble breathing. The air seemed to get thicker, hotter. I turned to go back to the stairs and froze. There, in the stairway, was a face. Small, white, almost featureless except for two dark spots where eyes should be. It wasn't quite a child's face, it was too smooth, too undefined. But it wasn't an adult's either. It was just watching me. I blinked, and it vanished. Then I heard giggles again, and the sound of running feet behind me. I didn't look back. I bolted for the stairs, taking them two at a time, nearly falling in my rush to get away. As soon as I reached the bottom, I slammed the closet door shut. Right before it closed, something hit against it from the other side, like a small body throwing itself at the door. I heard more giggling, then silence. I locked that door and backed away, breathing hard, the taste of ash so strong in my mouth I thought I might vomit. I stumbled to the kitchen to get some water, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. As I stood there at the sink, hands shaking so badly I could barely hold my glass, all the cabinet doors in the kitchen slowly swung open at once. The dishes inside began to rattle. Then the stovetop burners started clicking, like someone was trying to light them. I dropped my glass in the sink and ran out of the kitchen. As I turned into the living room, I saw her, an old woman sitting in the armchair by the fireplace. She was transparent enough that I could see the pattern of the chair through her body, but still clearly visible. She had grey hair pulled back in a bun, deep wrinkles, and she was wearing what looked like a dress and apron from another century. She was smiling at me, but there was nothing friendly about that smile. Then she was gone, like someone had switched off a projector. I spent the rest of that night sitting in my car in the driveway, doors locked, waiting for dawn. When Ellie got home from her shift around 7 a.m., I was a mess. I told her everything, expecting her to think I was crazy. But she didn't look surprised, just sad and guilty. "I should have told you," she said. "We all should have. Mom and Dad made me promise not to, because they were afraid we wouldn't take the house." Over coffee at a diner, I refused to go back inside. She told me the house's history. There had been a fire in the early 1900s, in what was then a nursery and bathroom in the attic. A young child, a little girl about 4 years old, had died. The family's cook, an older woman who lived with them, had tried to save the child, but died of smoke inhalation. After the fire, the family sealed off the attic, but kept the staircase intact. Over the years, subsequent owners had experienced strange occurrences, particularly in the kitchen and attic. Ellie's family had known about it when they bought the place, but her mother had grown up in a superstitious household and believed that acknowledging the ghosts would only make them stronger. So they ignored the phenomena and warned their children to stay out of the attic. "I never went up there, not once in all the years we lived here," Ellie told me. "None of us did. Mum said it was dangerous because of fire damage, but I always knew it was more than that. We tried to make it work. I even contacted a local woman who claimed to be able to cleanse houses of negative energies. She came with sage and bells and prayers, but that night the cabinets opened again, and I heard those little footsteps above our bedroom. We sold the house 3 months later at a loss. I didn't care. I just wanted out. The new owners were told about the history and the experiences. Last I heard, they'd renovated the attic, removing all the burnt furniture and repainting everything. They claimed they never experienced anything unusual. But I know what I saw and felt in that house. Sometimes I still wake up with that taste of ash in my mouth, and I wonder about that little girl and the old woman who tried to save her. Are they still there, trapped in some kind of loop? Or did renovating the attic finally give them peace? All I know is that I'll never set foot in that house again. Some doors once opened can never be fully closed. Story 7. I still can't sleep right at night. Been almost 7 months since I left that hotel, but the things I saw, the things I experienced, they don't just leave you. I figured writing this down might help, since the therapist I've been seeing keeps telling me I need to externalize my trauma, whatever that means. I worked as the night clerk at a Best Western Plus in a small town outside of Waco, Texas. It's near that massive flea market that draws crowds from all over during the season. Decent job, decent pay, and usually pretty quiet during the night shift. Just your typical hotel gig, or so I thought. The place wasn't old, maybe 15 years since they built it. But man, something was wrong with that hotel from the moment I started working there. My first week, Debbie, the day manager, casually mentioned during our shift change that rooms 301 and 303 sometimes get complaints. She called them our problem children with this weird half smile. I figured she meant plumbing issues or something normal like that. Wish to God it had been that simple. My first month was uneventful. Standard night clerk stuff. Checking in late arrivals, doing some paperwork, making sure the coffee was stocked for morning. But then hunting season started and we got busier. That's when things got weird. It began with calls from the 3rd floor. Room 305 called down around 2 in the morning, asking if I could tell the people in 303 to quiet down. I checked the system. 303 was empty. When I told the guests this, they insisted someone was in there dragging furniture around. Just to be sure, I took the elevator up and confirmed 303 was locked and vacant. The next night, the lady in 302 complained about the horrible smell coming from next door. She described it as like gunpowder and something dead. Again, room 303 was empty. I apologized and offered her another room, which she took. This kept happening. Guests in 304 complained about their TV turning off randomly. The people in 306 said they heard a woman crying through the walls. At first, I thought it was just the building settling or people being dramatic. The hotel had thin walls. You could definitely hear your neighbors if they were loud enough. Then Marcy, one of the housekeepers, quit after refusing to clean rooms 301 and 303. Said she felt someone watching her in 301, and the bathroom faucet turned on while she was changing the sheets. In 303, she swore something pushed her from behind while she was vacuuming. No explanation, just gave her 2 weeks and was gone. That's when Debbie finally told me what happened there. About 5 years before I started, during deer season, a couple checked into room 301. Nice people, mid-30s from Houston. The woman was pregnant with their first child. They were in town visiting family. At the same time, two brothers had been staying in 303 for about 3 weeks. They were contract workers for some oil company, staying long term. They'd go hunting on weekends, come back with their kills, clean their gear, and head back to work on Monday. On a Sunday night, the brothers came back drunk from hunting. They started fighting, loud enough that the front desk got complaints. The manager at the time, a guy named Rick, called up to their room but got no answer. Then there was a gunshot, loud enough that guests started calling 911. Rick called the police too. But before the cops arrived, 2 ambulances showed up in the parking lot. The weird thing, nobody called them. There's no record of anyone at the hotel calling for medical help. They just appeared. By the time police arrived, it was chaos. The younger brother had shot the older one with a high-caliber hunting rifle in a drunken rage. The bullet went through his chest, through the wall, and into room 301, where it hit the woman who had just checked in hours earlier. The bullet killed her instantly while she was sitting on the bed. Her husband was in the shower and found her when he came out. 2 people dead within seconds of each other. In adjoining rooms, the husband went into shock, had to be sedated. The younger brother was arrested for manslaughter, and the hotel tried to sweep it all under the rug. They renovated both rooms, replaced the drywall, put in new carpet, new furniture. But I guess some things don't wash away with new paint. I didn't believe Debbie's story at first, thought she was just trying to spook the new guy. But then I had to stay at the hotel myself. We had a convention in town, some hunting expo thing, and every room was booked. My apartment was being fumigated that week, and I was planning to crash at my buddy's place, but his pipes burst, so Debbie said I could stay in one of the hotel rooms after my shift. The only one available? Room 301. It's just a room, I told myself. Just walls and carpet and a bed like any other. I'd worked the night shift for 3 months by then, and hadn't seen anything weird myself. Just heard the complaints. I finished my shift at 7 in the morning and headed up to 301. The room looked normal. Standard hotel room with beige walls, dark carpet, a king bed with that ugly floral bedspread all hotels have. Nothing special, nothing scary. I showered, set an alarm for 4 p.m. My next shift started at 11, and crashed on the bed. Slept fine for about 5 hours. Then I woke up to the sound of running water. The bathroom faucet was on full blast. Not just a drip, I'm talking full on. Handle turned all the way, water gushing into the sink. I know for a fact I didn't leave it on. I turned it off, checked the bathroom, empty, and went back to bed. Figured maybe the handle was loose or something. 10 minutes later, the TV turned on by itself. Not to static, to a specific channel. Some hunting show with guys field dressing a deer. The volume was low, but it definitely wasn't on when I fell asleep, and the remote was still on the nightstand. I turned it off, double-checked that I hadn't rolled onto the remote, and tried to go back to sleep. That's when I heard the yelling from next door. Room 303, 2 men arguing. I couldn't make out the words, but the voices were getting louder, one deep, one higher pitched, then a thud against the shared wall, like someone had been shoved into it. I sat up, heart pounding. I knew 303 was empty. I'd personally checked the reservation system before coming upstairs. Then I smelled it. Gun smoke, that distinctive acrid smell. I grabbed my employee keycard and went into the hallway. It was dead silent out there. No sounds of arguing. No other guests. I stood outside room 303 for maybe 30 seconds, listening. Nothing. I used my master key to open the door. The room was dark, perfectly made up, completely empty. No sign anyone had been in there. I checked the bathroom, the closet under the bed. Nothing. As I was leaving 303, I heard it. A woman's voice from 301. My room. She was sobbing. Then there was a scream cut short. The lights in the hallway flickered. I ran back to 301, threw open the door. Empty. Everything exactly as I'd left it. But it was freezing cold inside. like someone had cranked the AC to maximum. I checked the thermostat. It was set to 72 degrees, yet my breath was visible in the air. I didn't want to stay there, but I had nowhere else to go. All the other rooms were booked solid. So I did what any rational person would do. I turned on every light in the room, put the TV on loud, not the hunting channel, and sat up against the headboard until my alarm went off. Nothing else happened that afternoon. When I went down for my shift, I asked Debbie casually if anyone had been in room 303 that day, for cleaning or maintenance or anything. She said no, that room was blocked for renovation starting tomorrow. That night at the front desk, around 3 a.m. when the hotel was quiet, I saw her for the first time. A woman standing by the window in the lobby. She was just a silhouette against the glass, but I could make out the shape of a dress and long hair. When I blinked, she was gone. The next few days were a blur of weird shit. I kept seeing movement at the corner of my eye. I'd hear thuds against the glass window behind the desk, but when I turned, nothing was there. The computer would freeze on room numbers, 301 and 303 specifically, when I was checking availability. On my day off, I came in to pick up my paycheck and heard what sounded like a gunshot from the third floor. I asked the guy working the desk if he heard it. He hadn't. Neither had any guests. When I went up to check, the hallway outside 303 was ice cold, but the room itself was empty and normal temperature. I finally told Debbie I couldn't stay in 301 anymore. She looked relieved, like she'd been waiting for me to say something. She moved me to room 108 on the first floor for the rest of the week. But even there, things followed me. The TV would change to hunting shows. I'd wake up smelling gun smoke. Once, I woke up to find all the water running, sink, shower, toilet flushing on its own. And I started seeing both of them. The woman, now I could make out her features sometimes. Pretty dark hair, wearing a nice dress like she was going out to dinner. And a man, big guy, burly, in what looked like overalls. He'd appear at the end of hallways, always looking angry, always staring right at me before vanishing when I blinked. After 2 more weeks of this, I put in my notice. I couldn't handle it anymore. The lack of sleep, the constant feeling of being watched, jumped from 73 pounds to 193 pounds in 3 months from stress eating. On my last day, the guy replacing me was getting his training. Nice kid named Marcus, about 22. I wanted to warn him, but how do you tell someone their new workplace is haunted without sounding crazy? So I just gave him the standard tour, showed him the systems, and as we finished, I casually mentioned that guests sometimes complain about rooms 301 and 303. What kind of complaints? He asked. Noises, smells, TVs acting up, I said. Just maybe don't stay in those rooms if you need to crash here. He laughed it off. I felt bad, but what could I say? A month later, I ran into Debbie at the grocery store. Marcus had quit after 3 weeks. Wouldn't say why, just said he couldn't handle the night shift. They'd had to comp 5 rooms on the 3rd floor due to complaints. And the kicker? They'd finally decided to permanently block rooms 301 and 303 from the reservation system. They're storage rooms now. I don't know what's in that hotel. I don't know if those people are stuck there, replaying their deaths over and over, or if something else is pretending to be them. But I know what I experienced was real. Sometimes I dream about that woman. She's always by a window looking out, always crying, always pregnant. And I always wake up to the smell of gun smoke. I don't stay in hotels anymore, not even when I travel for my new job. I'll sleep in my car if I have to, because I know what can linger in those walls, and I know that sometimes checking out isn't an option for everyone who checks in. Story 8? I still don't know how to explain what happened to me when I was 8. I've tried talking to therapists about it, but they always just try to convince me it was some kind of dissociative episode, or that my memory fabricated these events to cope with getting lost. But I know what I experienced was real, even if nobody believes me. This all happened back in 2004 during a family cookout at my grandparents' property in rural East Texas. They had this great 8-acre lot that backed up to this dense wooded area with a creek running along the back fence line. We'd go there all the time for holidays and summer weekends. My parents would always be busy with the adults drinking beer and grilling, leaving us kids to entertain ourselves. That day was unusually warm for early spring. My cousin Max was visiting from Houston, and we were bored with the kickball game my brother had organized. Max was 2 years older than me, and I was always trying to impress him. He suggested we go explore near the creek, which was technically off limits unless an adult was with us. But with everyone distracted by the cookout, it seemed like the perfect time for an adventure. My grandpa had always been weird about that back fence line. He maintained it obsessively, always repairing any damage right away and planting all these strange herbs and vines along it. When I'd ask why, he'd just say, "Some places aren't meant for little ones to wander." I never understood what that meant until that day. As we approached the fence, I noticed a section had fallen, probably damaged during the last storm. Max immediately saw it as an opportunity and motioned for me to follow him. We squeezed through easily, but I remember feeling strange the moment my feet touched the ground on the other side, like the air had suddenly gotten thicker, heavier somehow. We weren't that far from the house, maybe 200 yards, but it felt like we'd stepped into another world. The woods seemed darker despite it being early afternoon, and the sounds of the cookout completely disappeared. No music, no laughter, just the rustle of leaves and the distant gurgle of the creek. That's when I first heard it, this faint, melodic whispering. It was like someone singing, but so soft I couldn't make out the words. I remember looking at Max to see if he heard it too, but he was busy trying to skip rocks across a puddle. "Do you hear that?" I asked him. "Hear what?" He didn't even look up. But I could hear it clearly now, and it was beautiful, like a woman's voice, gentle and inviting. It seemed to be coming from deeper in the woods, past another section of damaged fence. Something about it made me want to follow, like it was calling specifically to me. I started walking toward it without even realizing what I was doing. Max called after me, but his voice sounded muffled and far away compared to the singing. I remember stepping over the last section of fence, and as I did, I saw her, or at least I thought I did. A figure standing between two old oak trees, partially obscured but definitely there. She was wearing something flowing and light-colored, and she beckoned to me with her hand. I heard Max shouting behind me, but it felt like he was in another world. The woman's singing grew louder, and with each step I took toward her, I felt happier, lighter. The air smelled sweet, like wild berries and something else I couldn't identify, like cotton candy mixed with summer flowers. I don't remember much about walking deeper into the woods. It was like being in a dream where you skip from one moment to the next. 1 second, I was stepping over the fence, and the next, I was in this small, perfect clearing I'd never seen before, despite having explored these woods many times with my dad and brother. The clearing was beautiful, wildflowers everywhere, sunlight streaming through the canopy in perfect golden rays. The creek ran along one side, but it looked different somehow, clearer, with smooth round stones that glittered like they were embedded with tiny crystals. Time felt strange there. I sat down in the center of the clearing and watched as these small animals I'd never seen before played around me. They looked a bit like cats, but not quite. Their ears were longer, their movements more fluid. They seemed to be playing a game, chasing each other in perfect circles around where I sat. I felt so peaceful there. I remember picking berries from bushes that lined the clearing and eating them. They were the sweetest things I'd ever tasted, juicy and perfect. I wasn't worried about poison berries like my mom had always warned me about. Nothing in this place felt dangerous, until it did. I don't know how long I sat there, but at some point I decided I should probably head back. My parents would be looking for me, and I didn't want to get in trouble. As I stood up, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There were figures, dozens of them, standing just behind the trees at the edge of the clearing. They were mostly hidden, just dark silhouettes, but I could feel them watching me. The once beautiful singing changed, becoming discordant and wrong somehow. The sweet smell in the air turned sour. When I took a step toward where I thought the fence was, the shadows behind the trees seemed to shift, moving to block my path. It was subtle at first. I thought I was imagining it, but when I changed direction, they moved again. They were trying to keep me there. Panic hit me like a wave. The peaceful feeling was completely gone now, replaced by a bone-deep certainty that I needed to get out. I turned and ran in the opposite direction, toward where I thought the fence must be. I could feel them moving behind me, not chasing exactly, but flowing through the woods on either side, trying to herd me deeper into the forest instead of toward home. I ran as fast as my 8-year-old legs could carry me, branches whipping against my face and arms. The ground seemed to shift under my feet, roots appearing out of nowhere to trip me, but somehow I kept going until I suddenly spotted the fallen fence ahead. I didn't slow down, I just threw myself over it, scraping my leg on the barbed wire, but not even feeling the pain. As soon as I crossed back over, everything changed. The air felt normal again, and I could hear distant voices calling my name. It was dark, like middle of the night, dark. How was that possible? It had been early afternoon when Max and I first went to the creek. I looked around for him but couldn't see him anywhere. I stumbled back toward the sound of the voices and was suddenly surrounded by people. My parents, grandparents, neighbors, even police officers with flashlights. My mom grabbed me and started sobbing, hugging me so tight I could barely breathe. My dad kept asking where I'd been, his voice cracking in a way I'd never heard before. It was only then that I realized something was seriously wrong. According to everyone there, I'd been missing for over 4 hours. They'd been searching the woods with dogs and couldn't find any trace of me beyond a set of footprints that just stopped abruptly a few feet past the fence. Max had apparently run back to the adults in a panic, saying I'd disappeared. He told them I'd been talking to someone he couldn't see and then vanished. When they asked me about it, I tried to explain about the woman and the clearing and the strange animals, but the more I talked, the more concerned they looked. The police officers exchanged glances. My mother clutched me tighter. I heard someone whisper something about shock or trauma. They checked me over for injuries, but found nothing except the small scratch on my leg from the fence. No mud, no scratches from running through the woods, nothing. My clothes weren't even dirty. The weirdest part was that I wasn't hungry or thirsty, despite apparently being missing for hours. It felt to me like I'd only been gone for maybe 30 minutes at most. That night, I overheard Max talking to my brother in our shared bedroom. He was crying, saying that when he tried to follow me, the barbed wire from the fallen fence had somehow reached up and wrapped around his ankle, pulling him down into the mud. By the time he got free and looked up, I was completely gone. He said it was like I'd never been there at all. My grandpa didn't say much when I told him my version of what happened, but the next morning he was out at first light repairing the fallen fence. Not just repairing it, but reinforcing it. He built a new fence a few feet in front of the old one and filled the space between with those same herbs and vines that had always grown along the boundary. Within weeks, you could hardly tell there were 2 fences there. It just looked like a solid wall of vegetation. Life eventually returned to normal. My parents took me to a child psychologist for a while, but when I showed no signs of trauma or ongoing issues, they let it drop. I think they preferred to believe I'd just wandered off and fallen asleep somewhere the search parties missed, even though that didn't explain any of the weird details. For years, I avoided thinking about what happened. Whenever we visited my grandparents, I stayed far away from the back fence line. My grandpa never mentioned it directly, but sometimes I'd catch him watching me when I played in the yard, his expression unreadable. 10 years passed. My grandparents eventually sold the property when they got too old to maintain it, and moved to a retirement community in Florida. I was 18, about to leave for college, when I felt a sudden urge to visit the old place one more time. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just drove out there one afternoon in late summer. New owners had taken over, but the house looked empty when I pulled up. I parked on the road and walked around the perimeter, not wanting to trespass, but desperate to see the back fence line again. What I found made my stomach drop. The new owners had removed the double fence and all the protective plants. There was just a simple barbed wire fence now, with several sections leaning or broken altogether. I stood there staring at the woods beyond, memories flooding back. The trees seemed to be watching me, waiting. I was about to turn and leave when I spotted movement near the creek. A little girl, maybe 6 or 7, with blonde pigtails wading in the shallow water. She was on the wrong side of the fence, in the woods where I'd been lost. My first instinct was to call out, to warn her to come back, but my voice caught in my throat when I saw another figure standing just beyond her. A woman in something that looked like a hooded cloak, standing exactly where the reinforced fence used to be. She was looking directly at me, and even from that distance I could see she was smiling. It wasn't a friendly smile. I blinked, and they were both gone. No little girl, no woman, just the empty creek and the silent trees. I ran back to my car and never returned. I tried calling the new owners later to warn them about the fence, making up some story about dangerous sinkholes near the creek, but they just thanked me politely and did nothing. Sometimes I still dream about that clearing and those strange cat-like animals. In the dreams, the singing is beautiful again, and I'm tempted to go back, to step over that fence one more time. But then I remember the dark figures moving between the trees, and I wake up in a cold sweat. I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed longer in that place. I don't know who the woman was or what those shadow figures wanted with me. All I know is that sometimes places have boundaries for a reason, and my grandpa knew it all along. I've researched folklore about forest entities and come across similar stories from all over the world. Tales of people being lured into the woods by beautiful music or voices, only to return disoriented, with time having passed differently for them than for the people they left behind. Some never return at all. Sometimes I wonder about that little girl I saw by the creek. I hope she made it home safely. I hope she didn't follow the singing. Story 9. I've been holding this in for nearly 5 years now. I don't talk about it much. Honestly, who would believe me? But after finding this community and reading similar experiences, I think I'm finally ready to share what happened to me during the summer of 2018. Back then, I was working as a delivery driver for Domino's in the rural countryside east of Dallas, Texas. It was a decent gig for a 22-year-old. Decent tips, flexible hours, and I got to listen to podcasts while driving around. The area was mostly farmland, with houses spread pretty far apart, which meant lots of driving on empty country roads. During daylight hours, these drives were peaceful, but as the sun went down, things changed. It started on a Tuesday evening in late July. The Texas summer heat was brutal, even as the sun was setting. I remember the sweat sticking to my back in the car, even with the AC blasting. I was wrapping up a busy shift, just one more delivery before I could head home. The address was for a farmhouse about 15 miles out from the store, a place I'd been to several times before. I was driving along Meadow Creek Road, a winding 2-lane road with tall grass and scattered trees on both sides. I'd driven this exact route at least twice earlier that same day. Nothing unusual stood out. I had my window cracked open to catch the cooling evening air when I noticed something moving in the trees to my left. At first, I thought it was just deer. They were common out here, especially at dusk. But as my headlights swept across the trees, the movement seemed deliberate, not like an animal. I remember gripping the steering wheel tighter, trying to keep my eyes on the road while also scanning the tree line. That's when I crested a small hill and saw it. Standing in what I knew was an empty field was an old house. Not just any house, this thing looked like it had been through hell. The wood was rotted black in places, windows were shattered, and part of the roof had completely caved in. It looked like it had been partially burnt at some point. The weirdest part, there was no driveway leading to it. It just stood there in the middle of the field, maybe 30 yards back from the road. I remember hitting my brakes instinctively. My heart was pounding because I knew that field was empty. Earlier that day, literally just hours before, I'd delivered a pizza to the property across the road and had used that empty field to turn around in. There had been nothing there. I was 100% certain. As I slowed down, a feeling washed over me that made my skin crawl. Someone was watching me from that house. I could feel eyes on me, even though I couldn't see anyone in the broken windows or the partially collapsed doorway. The feeling was so intense that I actually looked away and hit the gas harder than I meant to, causing my tires to spin slightly on the gravel shoulder. I kept driving, constantly checking my rearview mirror until the house disappeared from view around a bend. By the time I reached my delivery address, my hands were shaking. The customer must have noticed something was off because he asked if I was okay. I made up some excuse about too much coffee and lingered longer than necessary, making small talk just to delay going back down that road. Eventually, I had to head back. The sun had almost completely set by then, leaving the sky a deep purple. I drove slowly, my knuckles white on the steering wheel as I approached the spot where I'd seen the house. I even turned off my music so I could concentrate better. But when I reached the field, it was empty, completely empty. No burnt house, no structure of any kind, just an open field with knee-high grass waving in the evening breeze. I pulled over and sat there for a good 5 minutes staring at the empty field. I even got out of my car and stood on the roadside using my phone flashlight to scan the area. Nothing. Not even a foundation or any sign that a building had ever been there. I told myself I was tired. Maybe the heat had gotten to me. Maybe it was just a weird trick of the light or my imagination running wild after listening to too many true crime podcasts. I drove home that night feeling uneasy, but determined to forget about it. Then, 3 days later, it happened again. Same road, same time of evening. I was delivering to a different house, but had to take Meadow Creek Road to get there. As I approached that same spot, my chest tightened. I slowed down, already fearing what I might see, and there it was, the same burnt-out, rotting house, exactly where I'd seen it before. Only this time, I swear, I saw movement behind one of the upper windows, just a quick shadow passing by, but enough to make me floor the accelerator and speed past. When I drove back 20 minutes later, it was gone again, just an empty field. That's when I started keeping track of these appearances. I didn't tell anybody. How could I explain it without sounding completely insane? But I began noticing other things too. That house wasn't the only structure that would appear and disappear. Sometimes I'd see an old barn where none should be. Once, I drove past what looked like an ancient gas station with rusted pumps, only to find nothing but trees when I drove back past 10 minutes later. I also noticed more movement along the roadsides during my evening deliveries, quick darting shapes in my peripheral vision. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of what looked like people standing just inside the tree line, but when I'd look directly, there would be nothing there. My manager noticed I was taking longer on my deliveries. I started making excuses to avoid certain roads after sunset. I'd take the long way around, adding miles to my trips just to avoid places where I'd seen those phantom buildings. This went on for about 3 weeks. I was starting to think I was genuinely losing my mind. I couldn't sleep well anymore. I'd lie awake, replaying what I'd seen, questioning my own sanity. The lack of sleep only made things worse. I was jumpy, irritable, seeing things that weren't there. Or so I thought. Everything came to a head on August 17th, 2018. I remember the date exactly because it was my last shift at that Domino's. I'd finished my deliveries early and was hanging out with my friend Mark, who worked for DoorDash. He mentioned he had one last food order to deliver before calling it a night and asked if I wanted to ride along. I agreed, partly because I didn't want to go home to an empty apartment, and partly because his delivery wasn't on any of the roads that had been giving me trouble. We picked up the food, some Mexican place I don't remember the name of, and headed out. It was around 10:30 at night, completely dark. Mark was following his GPS, which led us onto County Road 347, a back road I wasn't familiar with. The road was paved but narrow, with no streetlights and dense woods on both sides. We were maybe 5 miles down this road when Mark's phone screen suddenly went blank. The GPS glitched out completely, then started spamming redirection notifications. At the same moment, the car's headlights flickered. Not just dimmed, they actually flickered on and off several times. Mark slowed down, swearing under his breath as he tried to restart the GPS. "Take this right," he said, pointing to a dirt road I could barely make out in the darkness. "I think this is it." I had a bad feeling immediately. "You sure? There's no street sign." "GPS says it's right," he insisted, though his phone screen was still freaking out. We turned onto the dirt road. It was pitch black, no house lights visible anywhere, which was strange for a delivery address. The car bounced along the uneven surface as Mark drove slowly, squinting at his phone. After about a quarter mile, something felt wrong under the tires. The car lurched suddenly, and there was a wet, squelching sound. Mark hit the brakes, but it was too late. We weren't on a solid dirt road anymore. Somehow we'd ended up in what seemed like a mud pit. The car was stuck, tires spinning uselessly in the thick muck. "What the hell?" Mark got out to inspect the damage. I followed, using my phone flashlight to illuminate the ground. What we saw made no sense. The road we'd been driving on, a solid dirt road, just ended. It gave way to a swampy, muddy area that definitely wasn't passable by car. But there had been no warning, no change in the road's appearance until we were already stuck. We tried pushing the car. We tried putting branches under the tires for traction. Nothing worked. The car was firmly stuck, and we were now standing in ankle-deep mud in the middle of nowhere with no cell service. "Let's walk back to the main road," Mark finally suggested. "We can call a tow truck from there." I didn't want to walk in the dark, but we had no choice. We started back the way we came, using our phone flashlights to guide the way. That's when I started to feel it, that same sensation of being watched that I'd felt near the Phantom House. Only this time it was much stronger. The night was unnaturally quiet. No insects chirping, no frogs croaking, just the sound of our footsteps in the mud and our increasingly rapid breathing. I kept turning around, sweeping my light across the trees, certain I was going to catch someone or something following us. "You feel that?" Mark whispered, confirming I wasn't imagining it. "Yeah," I admitted, relieved I wasn't alone in the sensation, but terrified by what it might mean. "Let's move faster." We picked up our pace, practically jogging now. Mark suddenly stopped and grabbed my arm. "Something just ran across the road behind us," he hissed, his face pale in the glow of our phones. I spun around, my light cutting through the darkness, but saw nothing. The feeling of being watched intensified. I heard rustling in the trees on both sides of us now, movement all around. "There!" I pointed my light toward a sound on our right. For just a split second, my light caught 3 sets of eyes reflecting back at us from the underbrush. They were low to the ground at first, like animals crouching, but as I held my light on them, they rose. They stood up to human height, still reflecting the light like animal eyes would. Mark bumped into me, breaking my concentration, and when I looked back, the eyes were gone. "Go, go, go," I urged, and we both began running. After what felt like forever but was probably only 10 minutes, we reached a fence stretching across our path. Not just any fence, a serious security fence topped with barbed wire. There were multiple no trespassing signs attached to it, along with a particularly unsettling "trespassers will be shot" warning. "This wasn't here before," Mark said, his voice trembling. "We didn't cross any fence to get in." He was right. We'd driven straight down that dirt road with no obstacles. Now somehow we were fenced in. "We have to go back," I said, feeling sick at the thought. We turned around, both of us scanning the darkness with our rapidly depleting phone batteries. The feeling of being watched had become so intense, it was almost like a physical pressure. The rustling sounds continued, always just out of the range of our lights, always moving parallel to us. When we finally spotted Mark's car in the distance, we were nearly out of battery. Mark had the brilliant idea to use his key fob to remotely start the engine, which would turn on the headlights. He pressed the button and the car's lights came on, but they were glitching, flashing on and off in an erratic pattern that made the surrounding trees look like they were moving. We approached cautiously. The mud seemed even deeper now, like it was trying to pull at our shoes. Mark called a tow service from his phone, which somehow had 1 bar of service now. They said they'd be there in 20 minutes. Those 20 minutes were the longest of my life. We stood by the car, back to back, our dying phone lights pointed outward as the car's headlights continued their strange flickering. The rustling and movement around us never stopped. Occasionally, we'd hear what sounded like whispers, too faint to make out words, but distinctly human-like. When the tow truck's lights finally appeared in the distance, I nearly cried with relief. The truck's powerful floodlights swept across the area as it approached, illuminating the scene properly for the first time. And that's when I saw them. Just for a moment, caught in the flood of light before they darted away, 3 figures standing at the edge of the woods. They looked like boys, maybe teenagers, but something was wrong with them. They were gaunt, almost skeletal, with grey skin that didn't look anything like normal human coloring. Their eyes reflected the light like animals, and they moved with an unnatural quickness as they disappeared into the trees. The tow truck driver was a burly guy named Rick, who seemed confused about how we'd ended up there. "This ain't no road," he said as he hooked up Mark's car. "This is private property, belongs to the Hendersons. They don't take kindly to trespassers." "But we followed the GPS," Mark insisted. Rick gave us a strange look. "GPS wouldn't route you here. This ain't on any map." He got us out quickly, seeming eager to leave himself. As we climbed into his truck, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Mark's car, which had been perfectly fine earlier that day, was now covered in scratches, deep grooves that ran along both sides of the vehicle as if something with claws had been trying to get in. Neither Mark nor I ever went near County Road 347 again. I quit my delivery job the next day and moved closer to the city, where I wouldn't have to drive those rural roads anymore. Mark sold his car a week later, claiming he couldn't stand to look at those scratches. To this day, I have no explanation for what we experienced. Were those phantom buildings somehow connected to those beings in the woods? Was it all some kind of hallucination or mass hysteria? I don't know. But sometimes, when I'm driving at night and pass an empty field, I find myself checking, just to make sure nothing has appeared that shouldn't be there. And I always keep moving. Story 10. I never really talk about this. I mean, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and I figured this community might understand. This happened to me when I was 12 years old, and it's something that stayed with me my entire life. I grew up on a farm in northern England with my twin brother Henry. Our family had owned the land for generations. Rolling fields surrounded by ancient hedgerows, the kind of place where everybody knows everybody and not much changes from year to year. At least, that's what I thought until that night in October. It was a Tuesday. I remember because we'd stayed late at school for football practice, and it was already getting dark by the time we started walking home. The main road added another 20 minutes to our journey, so we usually cut across the fields behind Old Man Wilson's property. There was this ditch that ran through a gap in the hedgerow, a shortcut we'd used 100 times before. Henry and I were arguing about something stupid, probably about who was better at penalty kicks or something equally trivial. I was walking slightly ahead of him, maybe 5 or 6 feet, when I felt it. It's hard to explain, but the air suddenly felt different, like the pressure had changed. The hair on my arms stood up, and I got this feeling in my stomach, like when you miss a step on the stairs. I stopped dead in my tracks. There, rising up from the ditch about 10 feet in front of me, was this light. Not just any light, a perfect sphere of the most brilliant blue I've ever seen. It wasn't like any blue I'd seen before or since. It was electric, but somehow soft at the same time, pulsing slightly, like it was breathing, and it was hovering right at my eye level. The weirdest thing was I couldn't tell how big it was or how far away. It could have been the size of a tennis ball right in front of my face, or it could have been as big as a car further away. My brain couldn't make sense of it. There was no reference point. It didn't cast light on anything around it, but it was blindingly bright to look directly at. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I just stood there, frozen, as this orb started moving toward me. Slowly, deliberately, not floating like a balloon might, this thing was moving with purpose, like it knew exactly where it was going, like it was coming for me. When it got within what felt like a few feet from my face, it just vanished. Not faded away, not zoomed off into the distance. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. Like someone had flipped a switch. I don't know how long I stood there before Henry crashed into my back. He'd been looking down at his shoes and hadn't noticed I'd stopped walking. "What the hell, Ollie?" he said, annoyed. "Why'd you stop?" I couldn't find my voice at first. My mouth was dry and my heart was hammering in my chest. Eventually, I managed to stammer out, Did you see that?" Before he could answer, I quickly said, "Let's take the long way home." I didn't want to go anywhere near that ditch. Henry grabbed my arm. His face had gone pale. "You saw it too?" he whispered. "The blue light?" That's when I knew it wasn't just my imagination. Henry had seen it too. We stood there for a few seconds, just staring at each other, before we both turned and ran all the way home by the road route. When we got home, we were both out of breath and sweating despite the cold October air. Our mum took one look at us and asked what had happened. We tried to explain, but how do you describe something like that? A floating blue orb that appeared and disappeared. It sounded mental even to us, and we'd seen the damn thing. Mum obviously thought we were making it up, or had seen some farmer testing out new equipment. Dad wasn't home yet. He was probably at the pub with his friends, or working late in the far fields. We didn't push it. We could tell from Mum's face that she didn't believe us, and honestly, I wasn't sure I would have believed it either if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that blue light. I kept replaying the moment in my head, trying to make sense of it. Was it some kind of weather phenomenon? Ball lightning, maybe? But I'd read about ball lightning in a science magazine, and this wasn't like the descriptions I'd seen. This was something else. I could hear Henry tossing and turning in his bed across the room. Neither of us spoke, but I knew he was thinking about it too. School the next day was a blur. I couldn't focus on anything. All I could think about was that blue orb. I kept drawing it in my notebooks, just circles colored in with blue pen. My teacher, Mrs. Lawson, asked if everything was all right. I just nodded and said I was tired. For weeks afterward, Henry and I took the long way home. We didn't talk about what we'd seen, not really, but there was this unspoken agreement between us. We weren't going back to that shortcut. Eventually, winter came and the days got shorter. We had to walk home in the dark most days, and the main road was better lit anyway. By the time spring rolled around, we'd started using the shortcut again. Nothing happened. No blue orbs, no strange feelings. Life went back to normal, or as normal as it could be when you're carrying around a secret like that. As the years passed, the memory faded a bit. Not disappeared. I don't think I could ever forget what I saw. But it became less immediate. We grew up, finished school. I went to university in Manchester studying engineering. Henry stayed closer to home, working with Dad on the farm. We didn't talk about that night anymore. It became just another childhood memory, like the time we found a badger den, or when I broke my arm falling out of the apple tree. Then, about 11 years later, everything changed again. I was home for the weekend. I'd just finished my master's degree and was taking some time off before starting my new job in Leeds. It was late, maybe 11 o'clock at night, and I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when Dad came in through the back door. I knew something was wrong immediately. Dad was always a strong man, physically and emotionally. I'd rarely seen him rattled by anything, but that night his face was ashen. His hands were shaking as he poured himself a large whiskey, something he only did on special occasions or when something had really upset him. "Dad?" I asked. "Everything all right?" He knocked back the whiskey in one go and poured another before speaking. "Just saw something strange out by the back fields," he said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "What was it?" He hesitated, staring into his glass. "Probably nothing, just my eyes playing tricks on me in the dark." "Dad," I said firmly, "what did you see?" He looked up at me then, and I saw something in his eyes I'd never seen before. Fear. Or maybe not fear exactly, but a kind of uncertainty that seemed completely alien on my father's face. "A light," he said finally. "A blue light. Coming over the fields and down the bank behind the barns. Moving toward me then. It just burned up, disappeared. My sandwich forgotten, I sat down heavily at the kitchen table. "A blue orb?" I asked. "Perfectly round? Hard to tell how big it was or how far away?" Dad's eyes widened. "How did you know that?" So I told him. About that night, 11 years ago, about what Henry and I had seen. As I spoke, I could see the tension in his shoulders easing slightly, like he was relieved to know he wasn't going crazy. "We never mentioned it again because we thought no one would believe us," I finished. Dad nodded slowly. "I probably wouldn't have," he admitted. "Not until tonight." We stayed up late, talking about it, trying to make sense of what this thing was. Dad had lived on this farm his entire life, 57 years at that point, and he'd never seen anything like it before. What were the chances that Henry and I would see it, and then years later he would too? We decided not to tell Mum or Henry that night. Mum would worry, and Henry had always been more affected by the incident than I was. He'd had nightmares for months afterward, though he never admitted it to me directly. The following morning, I pulled Henry aside and told him what Dad had seen. His reaction surprised me. Instead of being shocked or scared, he seemed almost relieved. "So it wasn't just us," he said quietly. "It's still out there." "You say that like it's a good thing," I replied, confused by his tone. He shrugged. "I don't know if it's good or bad, but at least it means we weren't crazy, or seeing things." I couldn't argue with that logic. Life went on. I started my new job in Leeds, coming home less frequently as work got busier. Then, that winter, about 3 months after Dad's sighting, I got a call from him that changed everything again. It was snowing heavily, the first big snowfall of the year. Dad had been driving past our house, heading back from town, when he spotted a bright blue light in one of the fields against the hedgerow. The same hedgerow where Henry and I had seen the orb all those years ago. Dad's first thought was that it was local teenagers trespassing, maybe with some kind of lantern or light. He turned his Jeep around and drove over to investigate. He even used the spotlights on his vehicle to scan the area. "There was nothing there, Ollie," he told me over the phone, his voice tense. "No footprints in the snow, nothing. Just that blue light hovering there, then gone." I drove home that weekend. I needed to see the spot for myself, though I knew there would be nothing to find. The snow had continued for days, covering any evidence that might have remained. We stood there, Dad and me, at the edge of the field, looking out over the pristine white landscape toward the hedgerow. "What do you think it is?" I asked, my breath visible in the cold air. Dad shook his head. "I don't know, but it's been here a long time, I reckon, longer than us." "What do you mean?" He was quiet for a moment, then said, "I asked your grandfather about it. He's almost 90 now, you know. His mind isn't what it used to be. But when I described the blue light to him, he got this look on his face. Said he saw something similar when he was a young man, working these same fields. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter cold. So, whatever this is, it's been here for generations." "Seems that way," Dad replied. "Tied to the land somehow." I've spent years trying to research what this thing could be. I've looked into everything from the scientific, ball lightning, swamp gas, electrical phenomena, to the supernatural, ghost lights, will-o'-the-wisps, alien visitations. Nothing quite fits. It's not a ghost in the traditional sense. It doesn't resemble a person, and there's no history of tragic deaths in that specific location that might explain a haunting. It's not ball lightning. The weather conditions were completely different for each sighting, and ball lightning doesn't typically reappear in the exact same location over decades. The closest thing I can find are stories of ghost lights or spook lights, unexplained phenomena reported around the world, where mysterious balls of light appear in specific locations, often returning over many years. But even those accounts don't quite match what we experienced. The blue orb has appeared to 3 generations of my family now, always in or near the same location. Always with the same characteristics. Brilliantly blue, perfectly spherical, moving with apparent purpose, then vanishing. What does it want? Why does it keep coming back? Why does it seem to seek us out? I'm 43 now, with children of my own. My daughter is 11, almost the same age I was when I first saw the orb. Sometimes I catch myself watching her when we visit the family farm, worried that she might have her own encounter. Part of me hopes she never sees it. Another part wonders if it's inevitable, if this thing, whatever it is somehow bound to our family. Dad passed away last year. Heart attack. He was out in the fields working alone when it happened. The doctor said he would have gone quickly, probably didn't suffer. 2 days after the funeral, Henry called me in the middle of the night. He was at the farm, staying there to help Mum sort through Dad's things. "It's back, Ollie," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The blue orb. I just saw it from the kitchen window. It was hovering over the spot where they found Dad." I drove up the next morning. Henry was waiting for me on the porch, looking like he hadn't slept at all. "You think it's connected to Dad's death?" I asked as we walked out toward the fields. Henry shook his head. "I don't know, but it feels different this time, like it's trying to tell us something." We stood there for hours, waiting for it to reappear. It didn't, but as we turned to walk back to the house, I felt that same change in air pressure I'd felt as a child, that same electricity raising the hair on my arms. I turned back toward the fields, and there it was, the blue orb, rising slowly from the earth, pulsing with that unnatural light. Henry grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. Neither of us spoke, neither of us moved. The orb hovered there for maybe 30 seconds, then began moving toward us, slowly, deliberately, just as it had done that first night all those years ago. But this time, it didn't vanish as it got closer. It kept coming until it was just a few feet away from us. Close enough that I could feel something emanating from it. Not heat exactly, but a kind of energy that made my skin tingle. Then, without warning, it shot straight upward, faster than I could track with my eyes. Within seconds, it was just a tiny point of blue light in the darkening sky. And then it was gone. That was 2 months ago. We haven't seen it since. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can feel it out there somewhere, watching, waiting. For what, I don't know. I've never told anyone outside my family about this before. Even writing it down now feels strange, like I'm breaking some unspoken rule. But I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. If anyone out there might have answers about what this thing is and why it's chosen our family, our land. Because I can't shake the feeling that we haven't seen the last of it. That whatever connection exists between the blue orb and the Walker family isn't finished yet. And I need to understand what it wants before my children become part of this strange generational mystery too. Story 11. I still can't explain what happened to me last year. It's been driving me crazy trying to make sense of it. And I finally decided to share it here, since you guys seem to understand these kinds of experiences. I'm usually the last person to believe in supernatural stuff. I'm 25, work at a local elementary school teaching 3rd grade, and consider myself pretty level-headed. I've always been the friend who rolls her eyes at ghost stories. At least, that's who I was before all this started. It began around 7 months ago. I live alone in a small 2-bedroom apartment in a quiet suburban area. Nothing fancy, just a simple place with a small balcony that overlooks a patch of communal garden. I usually unwind after work by watching videos online. Anything from cooking tutorials to weird conspiracy theories. I don't really believe most of them, but I find them entertaining. One night in early February, I was going through one of those internet rabbit holes where you start watching one video and suddenly it's 3 hours later. I'd somehow ended up watching videos about hidden messages in vinyl records when played backward. You know, the whole Paul is dead Beatles thing and other similar stuff. It was close to midnight and I was getting properly creeped out despite myself. Just as the video was explaining how to hear these supposed messages, my entire apartment went pitch black. No warning, no flickering lights, just complete darkness. I nearly jumped out of my skin. The timing was so perfect, it felt deliberate, like someone had hit a switch right at the most unsettling moment. I fumbled around for my phone to use as a flashlight. The battery was almost dead, but I managed to check my circuit breaker. Nothing seemed tripped. Looking out my window, I could see lights on in other apartments, so it wasn't a neighborhood outage. I tried flipping various switches and unplugging things, but nothing worked. Eventually, I gave up, lit some candles, and went to bed, telling myself it was just a weird coincidence. The next day after school, I called the building manager, who suggested I check for any appliance that might be causing a short. I remembered I had a small hot plate I sometimes used on my balcony when the weather was nice. I hadn't used it in months, but it was still plugged into the outdoor outlet. The cord ran through a gap in the sliding door, which I realized wasn't very smart or safe. When I went to unplug it, I found something unexpected on my balcony. A street cat, white belly, mostly grey tabby coat, was sitting there. I'd seen this cat around the neighborhood before and noticed she'd been pregnant a few weeks earlier. Now she was slimmer, presumably having given birth somewhere. What struck me as bizarre wasn't just finding her on my second-floor balcony, but her behavior. She wasn't looking at me at all. Instead, she had her back to me, facing the corner of the balcony. Her back was arched, fur standing on end, and she was hissing aggressively at nothing. There was nothing in that corner, just the railing and open air beyond it. I stood frozen, watching her. "Hey, Kitty, what's wrong?" I said softly, but she didn't acknowledge me at all. She just continued hissing and occasionally growling at the empty corner. I felt a sudden chill despite the mild weather. It was like she was seeing something I couldn't. I slowly backed away, leaving the hot plate where it was. Something about the cat's behavior made me not want to disturb whatever was happening. I closed the door and drew the curtains, feeling ridiculous but genuinely unsettled. That evening, I tried the lights again, and surprisingly they worked. I convinced myself the electrical issue had somehow resolved itself. Maybe a loose connection somewhere had settled back into place. The rational explanation felt comforting, but when I peeked through the curtains to check if the cat was gone, she was still there, in the exact same position, still hissing at the corner. She stayed there all night. I could hear her occasional growls when everything was quiet. The next morning, she was gone. I cautiously went onto the balcony, half expecting to find something in that corner, but there was nothing unusual. I unplugged the hot plate just to be safe and went to work. For the next 3 days, the cat returned in the evening and left by morning. Always in the same position, always focused on that empty corner. I started leaving out some water and cat food, which she would eat and drink quickly before returning to her guard position. By the 4th day, she didn't come back. I felt strangely disappointed, but also relieved. The electricity had been working fine since that 2nd day, and I told myself the whole thing was just a weird coincidence, a cat chasing invisible bugs or something equally mundane. Life went back to normal. I avoided watching those kinds of videos for a while, feeling a bit silly about being spooked, but still not wanting to tempt fate. Fast forward to about 6 months later, early August. It was a hot, humid night, and I was having trouble sleeping. Around 1 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and started browsing online again. Somehow, I ended up watching a documentary about EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, where people record static and claim to hear messages from spirits. I wasn't even thinking about my previous experience when once again, all the power in my apartment suddenly cut out. The timing was so precise. Right as the video was playing an example of what they claimed was a spirit voice saying, "Help me," my heart nearly stopped. The coincidence was too perfect, too deliberate. I sat frozen in the darkness, my phone's screen the only light, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it. Then I heard a soft thud from the balcony. I knew before I even looked. Somehow I just knew. Moving to the curtains with shaking hands, I pulled them back slightly, and there she was. The same cat, sitting in the same spot, facing the same corner. But this time, she wasn't hissing. She was just sitting there, completely still, staring intently at the corner. That was somehow worse, like she was watching something that was watching me. I closed the curtains and backed away to my bedroom, shutting the door. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat on my bed, back against the headboard, listening for any sounds. The power didn't come back until morning, right around sunrise. When I finally worked up the courage to check the balcony, the cat was gone. But on the floor of the balcony was a small, dead bird, perfectly intact. No visible wounds, just dead. Placed exactly in the center of my balcony. I know cats bring gifts, but something about this felt different, like a warning or a message. The cat came back every night for the next week, sometimes hissing at the corner, sometimes just watching it intently. I started researching local folklore about cats and spirits. I found stories about cats being guardians against evil spirits, how they can see things humans can't. In some cultures, they're believed to protect homes from negative energies. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that this cat was protecting me from something. Something that was drawn to my apartment when I watched those videos, like I was opening some kind of door without realizing it. On the 8th night, I did something that still makes me question my sanity. I set up my phone to record the balcony while I slept. I didn't tell anyone about this because, honestly, who would believe me? The next morning, I checked the footage with shaking hands. Most of it showed nothing, just the cat sitting there in the darkness. But around 3:15 in the morning, the cat suddenly stood up, arched her back, and began hissing violently at the corner. The audio caught the hissing, but also something else, a faint whispering sound that made the hairs on my neck stand up. It wasn't wind, it wasn't traffic. It sounded like breathing, or words spoken so quietly and quickly that they blurred together. The cat stayed like that for nearly 20 minutes, then suddenly relaxed and went back to sitting calmly. The whispering stopped at the exact same moment. 2 nights later, the cat didn't show up, the power stayed on, everything seemed normal again. I've spent months trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe there was an animal or insect in that corner I couldn't see. Maybe the power outages were just coincidental electrical problems. Maybe the whispering on the recording was just white noise that my frightened mind interpreted as something supernatural. But deep down, I know something inexplicable happened. That cat was protecting me from something that was trying to enter my home through some kind of metaphysical doorway I accidentally opened by watching those videos. I haven't watched anything remotely supernatural or occult since then. I'm too afraid of opening that door again, especially because I don't know if the cat will come back a 3rd time to protect me. Yesterday, I saw her in the neighborhood park. She looks healthy and her belly is swollen again, likely pregnant with another litter. She saw me and stared for a long moment before calmly walking away. Sometimes, I wonder if I should try it. Deliberately watch one of those videos again to see if the power goes out, to see if she returns. But then I think about what might happen if she doesn't come back this time. What if whatever was in that corner gets in? I don't consider myself superstitious, but this experience has changed me. I keep finding myself leaving small saucers of milk on my balcony just in case she needs to regain her strength, for protecting me from something I couldn't see but somehow knew was there, something that wanted in. I still have that recording on my phone. Sometimes I think about posting it here, but every time I go to do it, my phone battery suddenly drains or the file becomes corrupted. Maybe that's another sign. Whatever was happening, I'm convinced that street cat was my guardian. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in my apartment, I find myself looking toward that corner of my balcony and wondering, is it still there, waiting for me to slip up? And if it is, will my guardian return when I need her most? Story 12. I still can't shake what happened in that house, even though it's been 5 years since I moved out. I've tried talking to therapists about it, but they all think I experienced some kind of mental break. Maybe writing it down will help me process it. I need someone to believe me. It started when I was 26, dating my then-fiancée Melissa. After about 2 years together, her parents invited us to move into their historic family home in rural Texas, while we saved for our own place. It was this massive 2-story farmhouse, built sometime in the 1860s, sitting on about 3 acres of land outside of Austin. The kind of place that looks picturesque during the day, but transforms into something straight out of a horror movie at night. The first time I visited, something felt off the moment I stepped through the front door. It wasn't just the typical old house feeling. It was like walking through an invisible barrier. The air pressure changed, and goosebumps erupted all over my arms, despite it being summer in Texas. I remember Melissa's mom, Karen, giving me the tour while her dad Robert was at work. Everything seemed normal until we reached the kitchen. The kitchen had this old-fashioned charm. Farm sink, wooden countertops worn smooth from generations of use, and cabinets that looked original to the house. As soon as I crossed the threshold, I was hit with the smell of fresh-baked cookies. I actually said, "Wow, something smells amazing." But Karen looked at me strangely and said no one had baked anything that day. Then it hit me, this wave of sensations. First came an intense chill down my spine, then overwhelming heat, like standing too close to a bonfire. My mouth filled with what tasted like ash, so strong I had to swallow repeatedly to keep from gagging. The room started spinning and I had to grab the doorframe to steady myself. That's when I saw it, a hand, pale and withered, resting on the other side of the doorframe, just above my own. I pointed at it, but as Karen turned to look, it vanished. She must have noticed how pale I'd gone because she asked if I was feeling all right. Before I could answer, we both heard the sound of cabinets closing. We turned to see every single cabinet in the kitchen wide open. All of them, every drawer, every door. I almost jumped out of my skin, but Karen just sighed and said, "Oh, Edith must be welcoming you." She walked around closing everything like it was completely normal. "Who's Edith?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just the kitchen ghost," she replied casually. "She likes to open cabinets and make the house smell like baking. She's harmless." I thought she was joking. I actually laughed, but no one else was laughing. Melissa later explained that her family was only the third to ever own the house. The original owners were the Hargrove family, who built it in the 1860s. Edith Hargrove was the matriarch, who apparently died in a kitchen fire in the early 1900s. According to local stories, she was baking cookies for neighborhood children when her dress caught fire. I tried to brush it off as an old family joke or something they told visitors to spook them. But 6 months later, when Melissa and I moved into the house alone, her parents had relocated to Florida for retirement, I couldn't deny what was happening anymore. The first few weeks were quiet. We were busy painting and making the space our own. But then Melissa started traveling for work. Pharmaceutical sales had her on the road 3 or 4 days a week. That's when things escalated. It always started the same way. I'd be alone in the house, usually in the evening, and suddenly taste ash in my mouth. Then would come the smells, either fresh baking or something burning. I'd check the oven, the toaster, everything electrical, but never found a source. One night in October, about 2 months after we'd moved in, I was alone watching TV in the living room. It was around 11 p.m. when I heard what sounded like small footsteps overhead. This confused me, because while the house did have an attic, we never used it. The access was through a small half-closet across from our bedroom. Melissa had mentioned once that her parents kept it locked when she was growing up, claiming it was unsafe due to weak floorboards. I muted the TV and listened. The footsteps continued, light like a child's, moving back and forth above me. I grabbed my phone as a flashlight and headed upstairs to investigate, assuming maybe an animal had gotten in. The second-floor hallway was cold, much colder than the rest of the house. The footsteps had stopped, but as I approached the closet that housed the attic stairs, I swear I heard a child giggle. It was brief, just a quick sound, but unmistakable. The closet door wasn't locked like I expected. It swung open easily, revealing a steep, narrow staircase disappearing into darkness. I pointed my phone light up, but couldn't see beyond the first few steps. Against my better judgment, I decided to check it out, thinking maybe a raccoon or squirrels had gotten in. The moment my foot touched the first step, the taste of ash flooded my mouth again. With each step I climbed, I felt increasingly warm, uncomfortably so, like walking into a sauna fully clothed. By the 5th step, sweat was running down my face. The attic was pitch black, except for my phone light, which seemed dimmer than it should have been. When I reached the top, what I saw made me freeze in place. It wasn't just raw attic space like I expected. There was a fully finished room, a bedroom with a small bathroom attached. But everything, and I mean everything, was blackened and charred, as if there had been an intense fire. The walls, the ceiling, even the hardwood floors were scorched. A child-sized bed sat against one wall, its frame intact but the mattress burned. Toys, a teddy bear, some wooden blocks, a rocking horse, all burnt but still recognizable, sat atop the bed. I couldn't understand what I was seeing. Had there been a fire up here that no one told me about? Why would they keep a burnt-out room intact instead of renovating it? As I stood there trying to process it, I began struggling to breathe. The air felt thin, like at high altitude, and the heat was becoming unbearable. That's when I saw it, at the top of the stairs where I'd just come up, a small white face. Not a normal face. It had no features, just indentations where eyes and a mouth should be. It was there for just a second, then gone when I blinked. Behind me came the unmistakable sound of childish giggling, followed by what sounded like running footsteps. I spun around but saw nothing. The footsteps seemed to circle me, but there was nothing there. Then the giggling came from the stairs again. I've never moved so fast in my life. I practically threw myself down those stairs, hitting my shoulder hard against the wall as I descended. Just as I reached the bottom and grabbed the door to close it, something hit against the other side. Hard. The impact nearly knocked me backwards. I slammed the door shut anyway and fumbled with the old-fashioned latch until it clicked into place. Something on the other side hit the door 3 more times, each impact making the wood vibrate. Then silence. I stood there in the hallway, breathing hard, my shoulder throbbing from where I'd hit it. The air around me gradually returned to normal temperature. The taste of ash in my mouth faded. I didn't know what to do. Call Melissa? Call the police? Who would believe me? I went downstairs to the kitchen to get some water and try to calm down. As soon as I entered, the ash taste was replaced by sweetness, and the burning smell changed to fresh baked cookies again. I went to the refrigerator for water, and when I turned around, every single cabinet in the kitchen was open, every drawer pulled out. As I stood frozen, the stovetop burners began clicking as they tried to light themselves, though no gas came out since we'd switched to electric years ago. The dishes in the open cabinets started rattling, gently at first, then violently enough that I was afraid they'd fall. I backed out of the kitchen slowly and turned to run down the hall and saw her. An elderly woman was sitting in the armchair in the living room. She wore a long dress that might have been from the early 1900s, her grey hair pulled back in a tight bun. She was partially transparent but still clearly visible, and she was smiling at me. Not in a threatening way, it was almost apologetic. Before I could process what I was seeing, she faded away like mist. I spent the rest of the night in my truck parked at the end of the driveway, doors locked, engine running. When Melissa came home the next day, I told her everything. I expected her to think I was crazy, but instead she got really quiet, then angry. "You went into the attic?" she asked, her voice strained. "We never go in the attic, ever." When I pressed her for answers, the whole story came out. The house didn't just have one ghost, it had at least 2. Edith, the kitchen ghost, was generally harmless. She opened cabinets, made baking smells, and occasionally moved small items around. The family had lived with her presence for generations and considered her almost a guardian of sorts. But the attic, that was different. According to Melissa, sometime in the 1920s, after Edith had died, her daughter-in-law lived in the house with her 2 children. There was a fire in the attic nursery where the children slept. Both died. The mother was suspected of starting it deliberately and committed suicide shortly after. "You never go in the attic," Melissa repeated. "That's the first rule of living here. Even when we were kids, my parents made sure we knew. I can't believe they didn't tell you explicitly." I was furious. "You knew about all this and didn't warn me. You let me move into a haunted house without a single word about it." "We don't like to talk about it," she said defensively. "Most of the time, nothing happens. If you don't go in the attic, it stays quiet up there." But it wasn't quiet anymore. After that night, things changed. I'd hear the footsteps almost nightly. Sometimes they stayed in the attic, but other times they'd make their way down to our bedroom door. The child's giggle became a regular occurrence, often coming from empty corners of rooms or from behind me when I was alone. The kitchen activity increased too. Edith seemed more active than ever. Appliances would turn on by themselves. Objects would move when my back was turned. Once, I watched in horror as an invisible hand wrote, "Be careful," in flour spilled on the counter. I tried sage, salt lines, prayers, everything I could find online about cleansing a house of negative energy. Nothing worked. If anything, it made the activity more intense. The only constant was that Edith seemed to be trying to warn me about something: the upstairs, the attic, the other presence. One morning I woke up to find small, sooty footprints leading from the attic door to our bedside. They stopped right next to where I'd been sleeping. Melissa finally agreed we needed to leave. We moved out the following month. Her parents were upset. The house had been in their family for generations, but they understood after we showed them pictures of the footprints and the flower writing. The strangest part? 2 weeks after we moved out, the house caught fire. It started in the kitchen, faulty wiring in the walls according to the fire department. The entire first floor was destroyed, but somehow the attic remained untouched, completely untouched, even though fire naturally rises. I drive by sometimes, now that it's been rebuilt and sold to new owners. I wonder if they taste ash or smell cookies baking when no one's cooking. I wonder if they've discovered the attic yet. Sometimes I think about Edith, trapped in that kitchen for over 100 years, trying to warn people about what waits upstairs. And sometimes, when I'm baking in my new apartment, I swear I can feel someone watching me, making sure I don't leave the oven on too long. Story 13. Ndun. I've always considered myself a rational person, not skeptical enough to dismiss other people's experiences, but definitely someone who needs proof before believing in anything supernatural. That changed last summer during what was supposed to be just a normal family trip to San Miguel, Mexico. My mom had been planning this reunion for months. It was a chance to reconnect with relatives I barely knew, especially my great-aunt Lourdes, who lived in this beautiful 2-story colonial home near the center of town. The first floor doubled as a mechanical repair shop that my great-uncle Fernando had run for over 40 years before he passed away about 10 years ago. I only met him once when I was 4, and I honestly didn't remember him at all. We arrived on a Tuesday afternoon. The heat was oppressive, but inside the house felt cool with those thick adobe walls. The place smelled like a mixture of engine oil from downstairs and the cinnamon and cloves my aunt used in her cooking. About 20 relatives had gathered. Some I recognized, others were practically strangers. My 2 sisters, Elena and Mariana, stuck close to me as we navigated the crowded rooms filled with loud conversations and laughter. After dinner, everyone moved to the second floor, where there was more seating. The upstairs had this wide hallway with a staircase at one end, leading down to the shop. Near the stairs was a small improvised bar area where my aunt had set up drinks. I found a tall wooden bar stool there and perched on it, grateful to be off my feet after standing around all evening. My sisters were nearby, talking with our cousins, and I was half listening to their conversation while nursing a glass of horchata. The stool was positioned right at the top of the stairs, which gave me a perfect view of everyone. I remember feeling content watching all these people who shared my blood, laughing and sharing stories. The night had cooled down, and a light breeze drifted up from the stairs, bringing that distinctive smell of motor oil and metal from the shop below. I was just sitting there, relaxed, when it happened. Suddenly I felt someone step up behind me and wrap their arms around me in what I can only describe as a bear hug. It wasn't threatening at all. It felt affectionate, almost playful. The pressure was firm enough to make me lean backward slightly. I remember feeling the warmth of the person's chest against my back, and even the slight pressure of what felt like a chin briefly resting on top of my head. I smiled, assuming it was one of my uncles or cousins being affectionate, and turned around to see who it was. There was nobody there, just empty space. I blinked a few times, confused. The hallway behind me was completely clear for at least 10 feet. There was absolutely no way someone could have hugged me and disappeared that quickly without me seeing or hearing them move away. I felt a weird chill run down my spine, but tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd imagined it? Or maybe the stool was unstable and had shifted, making me feel like someone had pushed against me. I tested the stool, rocking it slightly to see if it was wobbly, It wasn't. It was sturdy and stable on the tiled floor. I tried to recreate the sensation by leaning backward, but it wasn't the same. What I had felt was unmistakably the pressure of human arms wrapping around me from behind, complete with the warmth of another person's body. I didn't feel scared exactly, but I was definitely unsettled. I looked around the room, wondering if someone was playing a trick on me, but everyone was engaged in their own conversations. Nobody was even looking my way or smirking like they'd just pranked me. After a few minutes of sitting there, trying to make sense of what happened, I started feeling claustrophobic. The chatter in the room suddenly seemed too loud, too close. I needed air. I got up and made my way to the small balcony overlooking the street, stepping out into the cool night. The stars were incredibly bright in San Miguel's sky, and I focused on them, trying to calm the weird feeling in my stomach. I'd been out there maybe 5 minutes when I heard the balcony door open behind me. It was my mom. She had this strange expression on her face, half concerned, half curious. "Are you okay?" she asked, coming to stand beside me at the railing. "Yeah, just needed some air," I said, not wanting to sound crazy by mentioning what had happened. She was quiet for a moment, looking at me intensely before asking, "Anna, did you feel something strange in there? Like someone hugged you from behind?" My heart started pounding. "How did you know that?" Her eyes immediately welled up with tears. She put her hand over her mouth for a second, composing herself before she spoke again. "I think that was your great-uncle Fernando," she said quietly. I stared at her, not understanding. "What do you mean? He's been dead for 10 years. "I know," she nodded. "But I saw you sitting there, and then I saw you suddenly lean back slightly and turn around with this confused look on your face. The way you moved, it exactly matched how people used to react when Fernando would come up behind them and give them one of his bear hugs." I felt goosebumps rise on my arms despite the warm night. "That's impossible, Mom." "Your Aunt Lourdes saw it too," she continued. "So did Cousin Margarita. They both recognized exactly what was happening. That's why they're inside crying right now." I peeked through the window and sure enough, my great-aunt was dabbing at her eyes while several relatives patted her shoulders comfortingly. "I don't understand," I said. "Why would he... I mean, I barely knew him. I was just 4 when we visited that one time." "That's just how Fernando was," my mom explained. "He loved family more than anything. He was always the first to welcome visitors, especially family from far away. And that spot where you were sitting, that was his favorite place in the house. He used to sit there every evening after closing the shop, watching over everyone." I felt another chill, remembering the scent of motor oil that had drifted up from the shop just before the hug happened. "But why me?" I asked. "Why not you, or Elena, or someone else who actually knew him?" My mom wiped her eyes. "I don't know, honey. But that's how these things work sometimes. Maybe he felt your energy was most open to receiving his." I wasn't sure how to process this. My rational mind was scrambling for explanations, but the look on my mother's face made me hesitate. She wasn't someone who bought into supernatural stuff easily either. "Let's go back inside," she said after a moment. "Your aunt wants to talk to you." I followed her back in, feeling strangely self-conscious as several pairs of eyes turned toward me. My great-aunt Lourdes immediately stood up and came over, taking both my hands in hers. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but she was smiling. "Your mother told you?" she asked in her heavily accented English. I nodded, not knowing what to say. "My Fernando," she said, pressing a hand to her heart. "He is still here with us, you see? Still watching over his family and his shop." She gestured to the room around us. "For 10 years now, we feel him sometimes, especially when family visits." "Has he hugged other people like that before?" I asked. Several relatives nodded. My cousin Margarita spoke up. 2 years ago, my daughter felt it too. Same thing, sitting on that same stool, same type of hug from behind. It's his way. My aunt led me to sit down beside her on the sofa. Fernando, he always came up those stairs after work and would surprise me or the children with his abrazo fuerte, his strong hug, always from behind, always making us jump a little. She demonstrated, wrapping her arms around herself. His hands would lock right here, she touched her waist, and sometimes he would rest his chin on top of your head if you were shorter than him. The specific detail about the chin on my head made my skin prickle. That's exactly what I had felt. But I don't understand why he would choose me, I said. I don't remember him at all. My aunt smiled. Blood recognizes blood, mija. And Fernando, he knew you were part of his family. Maybe he saw something in you that reminded him of himself. He was always good with machines, like you are with your computers. I looked around at all the faces watching me, some curious, some emotional, all seemingly accepting of this impossible thing, as if it were perfectly normal. And the strange part was, I was starting to feel that way too. The hug hadn't felt threatening or scary. It had felt affectionate, welcoming. As the evening continued, several relatives shared their own stories of sensing Fernando's presence in the house. How tools in the shop would sometimes move overnight. How the old radio in the garage would sometimes turn on by itself, always to the Mexican baseball games he loved. How sometimes they'd catch a whiff of his distinctive cologne in rooms he'd never even been in. Around midnight, as people started to head to bed, I found myself drawn back to that bar stool at the top of the stairs. I sat down again, half expecting, half hoping to feel that hug again. Nothing happened, but I didn't feel disappointed somehow. I ran my fingers along the worn wooden edge of the stool, wondering how many times my great-uncle had sat in this exact spot, looking out over his family, just as I was doing now. The house was quieter, with just a few conversations still going on in hushed tones. The breeze from the stairwell still carried that faint scent of motor oil and metal. "Thanks for the welcome," I whispered, feeling slightly ridiculous but compelled to acknowledge what had happened. "It's nice to meet you, too." No response came, of course, but I swear the air around me felt warmer for a moment, like someone had stepped close. That was almost a year ago. I've tried countless times to rationalize what happened that night. Maybe it was just a draft of air combined with an overactive imagination influenced by the emotional setting of a family reunion. Maybe my stool did shift and I misinterpreted the sensation. Maybe I was more tired from the trip than I realized. But none of those explanations feel right. What I felt was unmistakably human arms hugging me from behind, warm, solid, and real. And the fact that my mother and aunt recognized exactly what was happening before I said a word makes it harder to dismiss. I still consider myself a rational person. But now there's a space in my understanding of the world that allows for things I can't explain. Things like the lingering presence of someone who loved their family so much that not even death could stop them from offering a warm welcome to visitors from far away. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, I'll feel a sudden warmth behind me, like someone standing close. I always turn around quickly, but there's never anyone there. Maybe it's just my imagination now. Or maybe my great-uncle Fernando is checking in on me, making sure I'm okay. Either way, I'm no longer afraid of that sensation. In fact, I find it strangely comforting. They say blood recognizes blood. Maybe some connections really do transcend the boundary between life and death. All I know for sure is that I felt those arms around me that night in San Miguel, and no logical explanation has ever been able to take that experience away from me. Story 14. I still can't bring myself to sleep with the blanket pulled up to my face. It's been 8 months since that night at Michael's house, and I get chills just thinking about it. I know this sounds crazy, but I swear on everything I care about that this actually happened. Some background first. Michael and I had been dating for about 7 months when this happened. He lived with his brother's family in Riverdale, this small town where practically nothing ever happens. His brother and sister-in-law had 2 kids, a 3-year-old boy and a 6-month-old baby girl. They were struggling financially, so Michael moved in to help with rent and childcare when they worked late shifts. That particular night, Michael's brother and his wife both had to work until 2 in the morning. We had offered to babysit since it was a Friday, and neither of us had work the next day. The evening was completely normal. We ordered pizza, played with the toddler until his bedtime at 8, and then took shifts with the baby, who was going through a phase of waking up every couple of hours. Honestly, it was exhausting, but nothing out of the ordinary. By the time his brother and sister-in-law got home, it was almost 2:30 in the morning. We chatted with them for maybe 20 minutes about how the kids were, and I was completely wiped out. I hadn't planned on staying over, but I was way too tired to drive the 40 minutes back to my apartment. Michael said I should just crash at his place, which made sense at the time. His bedroom was tiny, barely big enough for a double bed and a small dresser. The bed was pushed up against the wall on one side, and Michael always slept on the outside because he got up earlier than me on weekends. I changed into some borrowed sweatpants and one of his t-shirts and crawled into bed. Michael fell asleep almost instantly, but I couldn't. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling. The house was completely silent except for Michael's snoring and the occasional creak of the old heating system. I don't know why, but something felt off. Have you ever had that feeling of being watched? It was like that, but worse. I kept looking around the room, but in the darkness, I couldn't make out much besides vague shapes of furniture. The digital clock on Michael's nightstand read 3:45, and I remember thinking how I should have been exhausted enough to pass out immediately. Instead, I felt increasingly uneasy. The air in the room seemed to get heavier, almost pressing down on me. I tried to convince myself it was just unfamiliarity with sleeping in someone else's house, but deep down, I knew it was something else. It wasn't just the usual night anxiety that sometimes keeps you awake. This was a visceral feeling of dread. After what felt like hours, but was probably just 20 minutes, I got so uncomfortable that I pulled the covers up to my face, leaving just my eyes exposed. It was a childish thing to do, something I used to do when I was scared as a kid. But it made me feel a tiny bit safer. The moment, and I mean the exact moment, that I pulled those covers up, Michael suddenly sat bolt upright in bed. "She's here! She's here! Get the light!" he shouted, his voice thick with panic. It happened so fast that I couldn't even scream. My heart practically stopped. Michael was frantically fumbling for his phone on the nightstand, his movements jerky and desperate. When he finally grabbed it, he turned on the flashlight and started scanning the room, moving the beam of light over every corner. I was frozen in place, still with the blanket pulled up to my nose, watching him search the room with wild eyes. After a few moments, his movements slowed, and he lowered the phone. "Nothing's there," he muttered, sounding confused. "Go back to sleep." There was no way in hell I was going back to sleep after that. I reached over him and turned on the bedside lamp, my hands shaking so badly I nearly knocked it over. The sudden light revealed an empty room, no intruder, no sign that anyone had been there. Michael was already lying back down, his eyes closed, his breathing returning to normal like nothing had happened. "Michael," I whispered, shaking his shoulder. "What did you see? Who's here?" He mumbled something incoherent and rolled over, seemingly already half asleep again. I sat there with my back pressed against the wall, too terrified to turn the light off, too terrified to close my eyes. I kept staring at the foot of the bed, where Michael had been looking when he shouted. There was nothing there, just the end of the bed and then the dresser a few feet away. I stayed awake until morning light started filtering through the blinds. Only then did I feel safe enough to doze off for maybe an hour before sounds of the house waking up, The toddler's footsteps in the hallway, the baby crying, jerked me back to consciousness. When Michael woke up around 9, he acted completely normal, making coffee and checking his phone like any other morning. I waited until we were alone in the kitchen before bringing it up. "Do you remember what happened last night?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He glanced at me, looking genuinely confused. "What do you mean?" "You woke up suddenly and started shouting about someone being in the room," I said. "You were looking for your phone to use the flashlight." He shook his head, frowning. "I don't remember that at all. Must have been talking in my sleep or something. I was really tired." I didn't push it then. Maybe he really didn't remember, or maybe he was embarrassed. We spent the day helping with the kids and watching TV, but I couldn't shake the memory of his panicked voice or the absolute certainty in his tone when he'd shouted, "She's here!" That evening, when we were having dinner with his brother's family, I brought it up again. I just couldn't let it go. "Michael, seriously, what happened last night? You scared the hell out of me." His fork paused halfway to his mouth, and he gave me this look that made my stomach drop. It wasn't confusion this time, it was recognition, mixed with what looked like fear. "I don't know," he finally said, setting his fork down. His brother and sister-in-law were watching now, curious. "I don't remember much, just waking up suddenly feeling like there was danger." "You said she's here," I insisted. "Who were you talking about?" Michael was quiet for so long that his sister-in-law asked if everything was okay. Then he spoke in a low voice, not looking at any of us. "I don't know who it was. All I know is that I saw her standing at the foot of the bed, reaching to take the covers off your face to get you." The room went silent. I felt cold all over, like someone had dumped ice water down my spine. Because the thing is, there was no way Michael could have known I had pulled the covers up to my eyes. The room had been pitch black. He had been sound asleep, snoring, until the exact moment I did it. There was no way he could have seen me do that, unless he had seen something else, something that was watching me do it. His brother laughed nervously, breaking the tension. "Man, you need to lay off the horror movies before bed." But Michael didn't laugh. He just kept staring at his plate, and I noticed his hand was trembling slightly. Later, when we were alone, I asked him to tell me exactly what he had seen. At first, he didn't want to talk about it, saying it was just a weird dream. But I pushed, and finally, he told me. "I woke up suddenly, and there was this woman standing at the foot of the bed. She was tall, with long dark hair, but I couldn't see her face clearly. She was wearing something white, and she was reaching for you, for the blanket you had pulled up." That's when I shouted and reached for my phone. When the light came on, she was gone. "Have you ever seen her before?" I asked, my mouth dry. He hesitated. "I don't know, maybe. Sometimes I wake up feeling like someone's in the room, but I've never actually seen anything until last night." I asked if his brother or sister-in-law had ever mentioned anything strange about the house. Michael said they hadn't, but then he told me something that made it even worse. The previous tenants had moved out suddenly, with no explanation. They'd broken their lease and forfeited their security deposit, something people don't typically do unless they're desperate to leave. I never stayed overnight at that house again. Michael didn't push it. I think he was relieved that I didn't want to stay there. We'd hang out there sometimes during the day, but I always made sure to leave before dark. Michael started staying at my place more often, though he never officially moved out of his brother's house since they still needed his help. About a month after the incident, I was at Michael's house helping with dinner when his 3-year-old nephew came running into the kitchen looking upset. "The lady won't let me sleep," he said, tugging at his mum's leg. "What lady, sweetie?" his mum asked, barely paying attention as she stirred the pasta. "The lady who stands by my bed and watches me," he said matter-of-factly. "She doesn't like it when I pull the covers up." Michael and I locked eyes across the room. His face went pale, and I felt sick to my stomach. His sister-in-law laughed it off as an active imagination, but I knew better. So did Michael. 2 months later, his brother's family moved out, claiming they needed more space with the growing kids. Michael moved out with them. None of them ever discussed what really drove them away, but I have my suspicions. I still date Michael, but there's a part of him that changed after that night. Sometimes I catch him staring into dark corners of rooms or checking closets before he goes to bed. Sometimes he wakes up suddenly in the night, his eyes darting around my bedroom before he realizes where he is. As for me, I sleep with the covers at my chest now, never higher. I keep a nightlight on, something I haven't done since I was a child. And whenever I feel that prickling sensation of being watched, I force myself to keep my eyes open and face whatever might be there, because now I know what happens when you hide. They try to pull the covers down to find you. I still don't understand what happened that night, or what that woman was. All I know is that something was watching me, waiting for me to show fear, waiting for me to try to hide. And somehow, Michael saw it too, just for a moment. I've researched local histories, looked into deaths in the area, tried to find any explanation for what we experienced, but there's nothing concrete, nothing that explains why this entity fixated on me that night or what it wanted from me. I'm writing this partly to warn others, partly to see if anyone has experienced something similar. I know how it sounds, believe me. If someone had told me this story a year ago, I would have dismissed it as a nightmare or an overactive imagination. But I know what I experienced. I know what Michael saw. And I know that I will never ever pull the covers up over my face again. Story 15. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, typing this makes my hands shake a little, and I had to pour myself a glass of wine just to calm my nerves. But I need to share this. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened to my sisters and me all those years ago. It was the summer of 1967 when our family moved to Ryland. I was 9 years old then, the third of 7 children, 6 girls, and our older brother Klaus. Our grandmother had passed away that spring, and since no one else in the family wanted her old manor house, my parents decided we would move in. We had been living in a small apartment in Munich before that, so the prospect of a big house with actual land around it seemed exciting at first. The house itself was massive. 3 stories of dark stone with narrow windows that never seemed to let in enough light. It sat alone in the middle of about 15 acres of farmland, with the nearest neighbor almost a kilometer away. The first time I saw it, I remember thinking it looked sad, like it was waiting for something. My mother called it stately, but to me, even as a child, it felt heavy with history and secrets. The sleeping arrangements were pretty straightforward. My parents took the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Klaus, being the only boy and the oldest at 15, got his own room at the end of the hallway, and all 6 of us girls had to share one large bedroom that had once been my grandmother's sewing room. Our bedroom had 3 sets of bunk beds pushed against the walls, a large wooden wardrobe that smelled of mothballs, and a single window that looked out over the fields. The ceiling was high, and when the wind blew at night, the old house would creak and moan like it was talking to itself. Farm life was demanding. My parents believed that children should contribute, so even the youngest of us, my sister Greta, who was only 4, had chores. We'd wake before sunrise, tend to animals, help in the fields, and then attend the local school. By the time evening came, we were exhausted. The first few weeks in the house were uneventful. Sure, there were strange noises and odd drafts, but it was an old building after all. Then one night in August, everything changed. I was sleeping on the bottom bunk with my older sister Liesel above me. Something woke me. Not a sound exactly, more like a feeling that I wasn't alone. When I opened my eyes, I saw her for the first time. She was standing at the foot of my bed, completely still. A woman dressed entirely in black, a long, flowing dress that seemed to absorb what little moonlight came through our window. Her face was partially hidden by something like a veil, but I could make out her eyes, dark, hollow, watching me. Her hands were what frightened me most, skeletal, with long, thin fingers that gripped the metal frame of my bed. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. I just lay there, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I remember wetting myself slightly, but I was too terrified to be embarrassed. The figure just stood there, watching me, for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then she moved, silently gliding to the next bed, where my younger sisters Helga and Anna slept. She stood there for a while, then moved to the third bunk where Monica and little Greta were. All the while, I remained frozen, afraid that if I moved, she would turn her attention back to me. Eventually, she drifted toward the closed bedroom door and simply vanished through it. Not like she opened it, she literally passed through the solid wood. The next morning, I was convinced it had been a nightmare. I didn't mention it to anyone at breakfast, but then Liesel leaned over and whispered, "Did you see someone in our room last night?" My blood ran cold. When I nodded, she grabbed my arm hard enough to leave marks and said, "Me too. Don't tell Mama. She'll think we're making it up." That night, I struggled to fall asleep, terrified of seeing the figure again. I must have drifted off eventually because I woke again to the same feeling of being watched. This time, Anna was awake too. I could hear her quiet whimpers from across the room. "Can you see that too?" I whispered to her. She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. The woman in black, we hadn't named her yet, was standing by the window this time, just staring out at the fields. After a while, she turned and looked directly at me. I swear I could feel her gaze piercing through me, searching for something. Then she moved to each bed again, standing at the foot, sometimes reaching out with those terrible fingers to tug gently at our blankets. By the third visit, all of us girls had seen her. It was Monica, who was 7 at the time, who first called her Abedmuda, Night Mother. She'd overheard our grandmother use the term once, and somehow it fit. "She comes to check on us," Monica had said one afternoon when we were alone in the chicken coop collecting eggs. "Like Mama does sometimes." "Mama doesn't look like a skeleton," Helga had retorted. At 11, she was the most practical of us. "Maybe she's making sure we're safe," I suggested, though I didn't really believe it. How could something so frightening be protective? We established a pattern without ever really discussing it. When Abedmuda appeared, we would lie still and pretend to be asleep. None of us wanted to provoke her. She didn't come every night. Sometimes we'd go a week without a visit. But she came often enough that we started to expect her. After about a month, I finally got up the courage to tell my mother. We were peeling potatoes for dinner, just the two of us in the kitchen, when I blurted it out. "Mama, there's a woman who comes into our bedroom at night." She barely looked up from her work. "What nonsense is this, Elsa? What woman?" "A woman in black. We all see her. She stands at our beds and watches us." My mother sighed, put down her knife and wiped her hands on her apron. "Listen to me. This house is old, and it makes strange shadows. You girls have been telling each other ghost stories and scaring yourselves silly. There is no woman. Do you understand?" "But Mama..." "Enough." Her voice was sharp. "I don't want to hear any more about this. Your father and I worked too hard to have time for such foolishness." She went back to peeling potatoes, and I knew the conversation was over. That night at dinner, she told my father about my wild imagination, and they both laughed. Klaus smirked at me from across the table. For a moment I wondered if it was him, playing some elaborate trick on us, but deep down I knew better. Klaus was mischievous, but he wasn't cruel, and what we were seeing was beyond his capabilities to fake. The visits continued through the fall and into winter. As the nights grew longer and colder, Abedmuda seemed to stay longer. Sometimes she would sit on the edge of the empty rocking chair in the corner of our room, just watching us for hours. Other times, she would stand unnervingly close to one of our beds, her skeletal hand hovering just above the sleeping girl's face. One particularly cold December night, I woke to find her standing over Greta's bed. Something felt different. Abedmuda was leaning closer than usual, her veil almost touching Greta's face. My little sister was burning with fever. We'd noticed it at dinner, but Mother had said it was just a cold and sent her to bed with some honey tea. I watched in horror as Abedmuda placed one of her bony hands on Greta's forehead. I wanted to scream, to jump up and pull her away, but my body wouldn't respond. To my surprise, Greta seemed to relax under her touch. The labored breathing I'd been hearing all night eased. Abedmuda then turned her head slowly toward me. I could feel her eyes on me, though I couldn't see them clearly in the darkness. She raised one skeletal finger to where her lips would be under the veil, in a clear gesture of silence. Then she drifted to the door and disappeared. The next morning, Greta's fever had broken. When Mother felt her forehead, she seemed surprised but pleased. See? Just a little cold, like I said. Children are resilient. I knew better, but I said nothing. As winter deepened, something changed in how I felt about Abedmuda. The paralyzing fear began to give way to a strange sort of acceptance. She never harmed any of us, after all. And after the incident with Greta, I wondered if she might actually be watching over us in some way. My sisters felt it too. We started leaving small offerings for her. A pretty stone on the windowsill, a flower under the rocking chair, a piece of bread saved from dinner. We never discussed why we did this. It just felt right somehow. But then came January 13th, 1968. A night I'll never forget as long as I live. It had been snowing heavily all day, and the wind howled around the old house like a living thing. Our parents had gone to bed early, exhausted from fighting the weather to care for the animals. The 6 of us girls huddled in our beds, extra blankets piled high against the cold that seeped through the walls. I was almost asleep when the temperature in the room dropped suddenly. I could see my breath forming little clouds above my face. The window was frosted over, but I hadn't heard it open. And then there she was, Abedmuda. But something was different. She wasn't alone. Behind her stood 3 dark figures. They were taller than her, more shadow than substance, but undeniably present. They had no distinct features I could make out, just masses of darkness with vague human outlines. The air around them seemed to warp and bend, like looking through water. Abedmuda moved to each of our beds as usual, but her movements were hurried, agitated. The 3 figures remained by the window, perfectly still. When she reached my bed, I could feel a sense of urgency emanating from her. She tugged at my blanket hard enough that I sat up, something I had never dared to do before in her presence. Our eyes met, or at least I think they did, through that veil, and I felt a jolt of something pass between us. Not fear this time, but understanding. She was warning us. Without thinking, I whispered, "What is it? What's wrong?" The 3 figures by the window seemed to pulse at the sound of my voice, growing more solid. Abedmuda turned toward them and raised one hand. The gesture was unmistakable. Stop. Stay back. The figures began to move toward us, gliding across the floor without touching it. Abedmuda positioned herself between them and our beds. I heard my sisters stirring now, all of them awake, some beginning to whimper in fear. What happened next is difficult to describe. Abedmuda seemed to grow larger, her black dress expanding outward, filling more of the room. The shadows that made up her form deepened, becoming so dark they hurt to look at. The 3 figures hesitated, then the room erupted in silent chaos. Abedmuda and the 3 shadow figures collided in the center of the room, becoming a writhing mass of darkness. No sound came from them, but the air crackled with energy. Our beds began to shake. The rocking chair in the corner slammed against the wall. The temperature plunged so low that ice crystals formed on the inside of the window. We were all sitting up now, huddled against our headboards, too terrified to scream. Little Greta had crawled into my bed and buried her face against my nightgown. Monica was praying loudly, her rosary beads clutched in white-knuckled hands. The struggle continued for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only minutes. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightless energy, like an anti-light that absorbed the darkness rather than banished it. The three figures dissolved into nothing. Abedmuda remained, but she looked diminished somehow, thinner, less substantial. She turned slowly toward us, her form flickering like a candle about to go out. I had the distinct impression she was checking we were all okay. Then she drifted to the door, paused, and looked back one final time. And then she was gone. We sat in silence for a long while after that, none of us daring to move. Finally, Liesl climbed down from her bunk and got into bed with me and Greta. One by one, all my sisters joined us until we were 6 girls crowded into one small bed, shaking with fear and cold and something else, a strange sense of loss. Abedmuda never returned after that night. We waited for her, at first fearfully, then hopefully, but she never came back. The room never again experienced that bone-deep chill that announced her arrival. The rocking chair remained still. Our blankets stayed in place through the night. When spring came, I found the courage to ask my father about the house's history. He was in a good mood that day. The planting was going well, and he indulged my curiosity more than usual. "This house has been in your grandmother's family for almost 200 years, he told me as we walked the perimeter of the fields. During the old wars, they say it was used as a refuge for children from the village when soldiers came. Your great-great-grandmother would hide them here and protect them as if they were her own." I asked if any children had died in the house. He gave me a strange look, but answered honestly. "There was a night, long ago, when 3 deserters found the house. Your great-great-grandmother tried to protect the children, but..." He trailed off, seeming to regret starting the story. "It's just an old family tale, Elsa. Nothing to dwell on. But I knew, somehow I knew that Abedmuda had been that ancestor, still protecting children long after her death, and those 3 shadows had been the deserters, still hunting, still threatening, still held at bay by her vigilance. It's been over 50 years since that night. All of us girls are grown women now, with children and grandchildren of our own. We rarely speak about Abedmuda, even among ourselves. When we do, it's in hushed tones and we never finish the conversation. It's too difficult to explain, too painful to remember. But sometimes, when I visit my sisters and their children, I notice small offerings placed in quiet corners of their homes. A pretty stone on a windowsill, a flower in an empty rocking chair, a piece of bread left out overnight. None of us ever mention these tokens, but I know what they are and why they're there, because some part of us still believes she's watching. Some part of us still wants to thank her, and some part of us still feels her presence on cold winter nights when the wind howls around old houses and children sleep uneasily in their beds. I still don't know if what we experienced was real in the conventional sense. Maybe it was mass hysteria, 6 girls feeding each other's fears in a strange old house. Maybe it was our grandmother playing some elaborate, cruel prank from beyond the grave. Or maybe it was something else entirely. But I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and in the darkest hours of the night, when I check on my own grandchildren as they sleep, I sometimes catch a glimpse of a dark figure just at the edge of my vision, watching over them as she once watched over us. Story 16. I've never really told anyone this story except my sister, who was there when it happened, and even then we don't talk about it much. There's something about saying it all out loud that makes it feel too real, you know. but it's been weighing on me all these years, and I need to get it out. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. I grew up in Thornfield, this tiny village in the countryside where everyone knows everyone's business. Our house was one of those old stone cottages, probably about 200 years old, with thick walls and weird little nooks and crannies everywhere. It was charming during the day, but at night, those shadows seemed to have a life of their own. This all started when I was 12. It was one of those unbearably hot summer nights where the air feels like soup. My sister and I shared a bedroom back then. Not because we had to, but because I was always scared to sleep alone. There was something about our house that never felt quite right to me, especially at night. My parents always brushed it off as an overactive imagination. That particular night, my sister was fast asleep next to me, breathing softly. I remember the window was cracked open a few inches to let in whatever pathetic breeze we could get. Our room was on the second floor, above the kitchen. I should mention that. It becomes important later. I couldn't sleep because of the heat. It must have been around 1:30 in the morning when I reached for the glass of water on my bedside table. The house was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. My parents' room was down the hall, and I knew they'd gone to bed hours before. That's when I heard it, this faint scratching sound coming from our bedroom door. At first I thought maybe it was just the house settling or something. Old houses make weird noises, right? But then it got more distinct. It sounded exactly like fingernails, long fingernails, being dragged slowly across the wood of our door. My first thought was that it might be my parents checking on us. Maybe my mum's nails accidentally scraping as she turned the handle. But then I remembered they were asleep. And anyway, why would they just scratch at the door instead of coming in? The scratching got louder, more deliberate. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Then pause, then scratch, scratch, scratch again. It wasn't random, it had a rhythm to it that made it feel intentional, like whatever was doing it wanted me to know it was there. I sat, frozen in my bed, afraid to move. My sister was still asleep somehow, her back to me, completely oblivious. I wanted to wake her up, but I was literally paralyzed with fear. I couldn't even make a sound. The scratching intensified, getting deeper, like the nails were digging into the wood now. I remember thinking that there would be marks on the door in the morning. That's how real and physical it sounded. It went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. And then it just stopped. Complete silence again. That was almost worse than the scratching. At least with the noise I knew where the thing was. Now it could be anywhere. I didn't sleep at all that night. I lay there rigid until dawn, staring at that door, waiting for the scratching to start again. When morning finally came, I checked the door. No marks at all. My parents said I'd been dreaming. My sister hadn't heard anything, but I know what I heard. And that was just the beginning. For a whole year after that, nothing significant happened. Just little things. Items moved from where I'd left them. Cold spots in certain parts of the house. The feeling of being watched when I was alone. I started to think maybe I had imagined the scratching after all. Then came the night that I'll never forget as long as I live. I was 13 by then. It was summer again, another hot night, though not quite as bad as the year before. I woke up around 2 in the morning, desperately needing to pee. My sister was asleep next to me, and I didn't want to wake her, so I carefully climbed out of bed. Our bathroom was across the landing from our bedroom. I didn't turn on the main light, because I didn't want to blind myself or wake anyone up. We had this small plug-in nightlight in the hallway that gave off just enough glow to see where I was going. I made it to the bathroom and didn't bother closing the door all the way. I mean, everyone was asleep, and I was just going to be quick. I sat down on the toilet, still half asleep, when I got this sudden, overwhelming sensation that I wasn't alone. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you? How you can just feel eyes on you? That's what hit me, but 10 times stronger. My eyes shot to the doorway, and that's when I saw it. There was a face, just a face, peering around the doorframe at me. But it wasn't a normal face. It was blank. That's the only way I can describe it. It had the shape of a face. I could make out a nose and the outline of short hair, but where there should have been eyes and a mouth, there was nothing. Just smooth, pale skin, like someone had erased the features. I can't explain the terror that washed over me. It was primal. My entire body went cold, even though it was a warm night. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. All I could do was stare back at this thing that was watching me. It didn't move. It didn't make any sound. It just watched. And somehow, even though it had no eyes, I knew it was looking right at me. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably just seconds, survival instinct kicked in. I bolted. I don't even remember pulling up my pajama bottoms or flushing. I just ran, straight past that thing, not even looking to see if it moved or reached for me. I was expecting at any moment to feel cold fingers grab my arm or the back of my neck, but nothing happened. I burst into my bedroom and slammed the door, finally finding my voice enough to wake my sister. "There's something in the hallway," I gasped. "Something's watching me." She was groggy and annoyed at first, but must have seen the absolute terror on my face because she got serious pretty quickly. "What are you talking about?" she asked. I told her about the face, and she was skeptical, but agreed to come look with me. That's the kind of sister she is. Even though she thought I was being ridiculous, she still got out of bed to prove to me there was nothing there. We opened the bedroom door together and peered out. The landing was empty. The bathroom door was now wide open, though I hadn't left it that way. The nightlight cast long shadows everywhere, but there was no sign of anyone or anything. "See," my sister said, "nothing there. You probably just saw shadows from the nightlight." I let her think that, even agreed with her, but I knew what I'd seen. That wasn't a shadow or a trick of the light. It had been solid, three-dimensional. It had been watching me. We went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay there with my eyes open until morning, listening for any sound of scratching or movement in the hallway. The next day, I tried to convince myself it had been a dream or my imagination, but I knew better. The image of that blank face was burned into my memory so clearly that even now, years later, I can picture it perfectly. Over the next few weeks, I noticed other things. Often when I went to the bathroom at night, I'd get that same feeling of being watched, though I never saw the face again. I started keeping a glass in my room so I wouldn't have to go to the kitchen for water after dark. I developed a habit of running up the stairs because I was convinced something was going to grab my ankles from underneath. My parents thought I was just going through a phase. "All kids get scared of the dark sometimes," my dad said. But this wasn't about the dark. I wasn't afraid of the dark itself. I was afraid of what was in it. One night, about a month after the bathroom incident, I woke up to the scratching again. This time it wasn't at my bedroom door, it was at the window. The same deliberate pattern: scratch, 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 pause, scratch, scratch, scratch. Keep in mind, our bedroom was on the second floor. There's no way anyone could have been at that window without a ladder, and a ladder would have made noise being set up. Plus, who would be trying to get into a child's bedroom in the middle of the night in a tiny village where everyone knows everyone? I woke my sister that time. "Listen," I whispered, grabbing her arm. "Do you hear that?" She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and then froze. Her eyes widened as she heard it too. "What is that?" she whispered back. "It's been happening," I told her. "I told you something was in this house." The scratching stopped as suddenly as it had started. We both sat there in the dark, holding on to each other, too scared to look at the window. "Should we get Mum and Dad?" my sister asked. I shook my head. "They never believe me. They'll just say it's the tree branches." but there wasn't any tree close enough to our window to scratch against it, and we both knew it. We pushed our beds together that night and slept as far from the window as possible. The next morning, my sister didn't mention what had happened, and neither did I. It was like we had some unspoken agreement not to talk about it in the daylight. But things escalated over the next few weeks. Items would disappear from where we left them and turn up in weird places, like my hairbrush showing up in the freezer, or my sister's favorite book ending up under the couch when she swore she'd left it on her bed. Then came the footsteps, always at night, always when our parents were asleep or out. They'd start at one end of the landing and slowly make their way to our door. Heavy steps, like an adult, but with an odd rhythm, like whoever was walking had one leg slightly shorter than the other. They'd stop right outside our door. There would be silence for a minute or two, and then they'd walk away again. My parents never heard any of this. When we told them about the footsteps, my dad checked the whole house and found nothing. "Old houses settle," he said. "The floorboards creak, it's normal." But I knew it wasn't normal. Normal houses don't have faceless entities watching you in the bathroom. Normal houses don't have scratching at second-story windows. Normal houses don't have footsteps when everyone is accounted for. The worst night came about 2 months after I'd seen the face. It was a Friday, and my parents were at a dinner with friends in the next village over. They'd left us alone because I was old enough to babysit, according to them. My sister and I had watched TV and gone to bed around 10. I woke up sometime later to the sound of whispering. Not the kind of whispering where you can't quite make out the words. This was clear whispering, where I could hear every syllable but couldn't understand a single word. It wasn't any language I recognized. It sounded ancient somehow, the syllables harsh and guttural. The whispering was coming from right outside our bedroom door. I looked over at my sister, who was still sound asleep. How could she sleep through this? The whispering got louder, more insistent. I could swear there were at least 3 different voices, all speaking in that same strange language. And then our bedroom door started to open, slowly, inch by inch. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just watched in horror as the door swung open to reveal nothing. The landing was empty, but the whispering continued, now seeming to come from all around the room. Suddenly, my bedside lamp turned on by itself, then off, then on again. Then my sister's lamp did the same thing. On, off, faster and faster, until the room was strobing with light. That finally woke my sister. She sat bolt upright, looking around wildly. "What's happening?" she screamed over the whispering. I couldn't answer. I was watching our bedroom door, which was now slamming itself open and closed, open and closed. The whispering had turned into a roar, like dozens of voices all trying to be heard at once. And then, as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The door stopped moving, hanging half open. The lamps stayed off. The whispering ceased. In the silence that followed, we heard footsteps again. That same uneven gait, moving slowly up the stairs. My sister and I clung to each other, too terrified to move, as the steps made their way across the landing to our door. They stopped right outside. There was a long pause, and then 3 loud knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Neither of us answered. Neither of us moved. Another 3 knocks, louder this time. Knock, knock, knock. My sister started to whimper. I put my hand over her mouth, afraid that whatever was out there would hear her. The door, which had been half open, now began to swing fully open, slowly, deliberately, and there in the doorway stood the same blank-faced entity I'd seen in the bathroom. Only now I could see its whole body. It was tall and thin, with limbs that seemed just slightly too long for its frame. It wore what looked like old-fashioned clothes, a simple shirt and trousers that might have been from a century ago. But it was the face that held my attention. That same smooth, featureless face, with just the suggestion of a nose. No eyes to see with, yet somehow I knew it was looking right at us. No mouth to speak with, yet somehow I knew it had been the source of the whispering. It stood there for what felt like an eternity, not moving, not making a sound. Then, slowly, it raised one hand and pointed directly at me. I don't remember anything after that. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and my parents were home, waking us up for breakfast. The door was closed, the lamps were in their proper places. Everything seemed normal, except my sister remembered it too. All of it. We talked about it when our parents weren't around, trying to make sense of what had happened. We checked the house for signs of an intruder, but there was nothing. No footprints, no evidence that anyone or anything had been there. We never told our parents the full story. What would we have said? Hey, there's a faceless entity living in our house that scratches at doors and windows and turns lights on and off. They already thought I had an overactive imagination. This would have sent them over the edge. We lived in that house for 3 more years before my dad got a job in another city and we moved away. In that time, we had a few more incidents, more scratching, more footsteps, more whispers, but we never saw the faceless entity again. It's like it had delivered its message, whatever that was, when it pointed at me. Its job was done. I'm an adult now with a place of my own, but I still can't shake the memory of that blank face watching me. Sometimes I wake up in the night, convinced I can hear scratching at my door or window. I've never told anyone else about this until now. Who would believe me? But I know what I saw, I know what I heard, and sometimes, especially on hot summer nights when I have to leave the window open, I find myself listening for that familiar scratch, 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 waiting for it to come back and finish whatever it started all those years ago. Story 17. I still get chills thinking about it. Even writing this now, I'm struggling to keep my hands steady on the keyboard. I guess I need to finally share this with people who might understand, because none of my mates believe me, and I'm starting to doubt my own sanity. This happened about 7 years ago in Tullamore, where I grew up. It's a small enough town in the middle of Ireland, not the kind of place you'd expect to have a proper metal scene, but somehow we managed. There were maybe 15 or 20 of us who were into the heavier stuff, and we'd all meet up at this place called The Basement. The basement was exactly what it sounds like, a cellar bar underneath what used to be St. Anne's Orphanage. The building had been converted into apartments sometime in the 90s, but they kept the basement as this dingy little pub. It was perfect for us. Cheap pints, cool barmen who'd let us stay late, and they'd actually play decent music instead of the usual chart shite. I was 19 at the time, just finished school and working at the local hardware shop while trying to figure out what to do with my life. Most nights after work, I'd head down to the basement with my mates Connor and Dave. Sometimes it'd just be us, sometimes there'd be a crowd. What I didn't know back then, or at least I didn't pay much attention to, was the history of the place. It wasn't until Mikey started working behind the bar that I heard the full story. Mikey was a few years older than us and knew everything about local history. One night in February, it was pissing rain outside and the basement was particularly empty. Just me, Connor and Mikey working. After a few pints, Connor asked Mikey why the heating was always so bloody weird in the place. Some corners were freezing cold, while others were roasting hot, even though they were only a few feet apart. "Well," Mikey said, leaning across the bar, "this building's got a serious history, lads." He told us that back in 1942, St. Anne's Orphanage had a massive fire. It started in the laundry room, which was now the pub's back cooler where they kept the kegs. Over 30 young girls died that night. But the really fucked up part wasn't just that they died. It was how they died. The fire started sometime after midnight. The girls, all between 5 and 14 years old, were sleeping on the top floors. When the smoke started rising, they naturally tried to get out. But the nuns who ran the place, I swear I'm not making this up, actually locked the doors to their dormitories. Why the fuck would they do that? I remember asking. Mikey's face went serious. Because the girls were in their nightgowns. The nuns were worried about decency. Couldn't have these young girls running out into the street in their nightclothes with men around, could they? Even if the building was burning down around them. I remember feeling physically sick. The idea that someone would rather let children burn to death than have them seen in nightgowns was beyond comprehension. The townspeople formed a bucket chain, Mikey continued, trying to put the fire out from outside. They could hear the screaming from inside, but the nuns refused to unlock the doors. By the time the fire brigade arrived from Athlone, it was too late. 32 girls died. Not a single nun did. We sat in silence for a bit after that. It was one of those moments when you suddenly feel the weight of history pressing down on you. I remember looking around at the brick walls, wondering if they'd witnessed it all. That's not even the worst part, Mikey said, his voice dropping lower. Since I've been working here, weird shit happens in the back cooler. That used to be the laundry room where the fire started. He explained that sometimes when he went back there to change a keg, he'd smell smoke. Not cigarette smoke or the smell from the kitchen, but acrid, burning smoke. And then he'd get dizzy, like the air was thin. The first time it happened, he ran out thinking there was a fire, but there was nothing. No smoke, no fire, nothing wrong with the electrics or the gas. The manager had carbon monoxide detectors installed, fire safety guys out, electricians, the works. Nobody could find anything wrong, but it still happens. After that night, I couldn't look at the basement the same way. Every time I went back, I found myself glancing at the door to the cooler, wondering what was behind it. A couple of times, I thought I smelled smoke too, but I figured it was just suggestion. Mikey had put the idea in my head. Fast forward about 8 months. My mate Dave had moved into one of the apartments upstairs, the converted orphanage part. It was a sweet deal, cheap rent, because the landlord was his uncle. One Friday night in October, we had a few lads over, drank way too much, smoked a bit of weed, and played video games until about 3 in the morning. One by one, everyone left or passed out until it was just me awake. Dave had a small spare room with a futon, so I crashed there rather than walking home. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. My phone was dead, and there wasn't a clock in the room. But it was still dark outside, probably around 5 or 6 in the morning. What woke me was the sound of voices. At first, I thought Dave had left the TV on in the living room, but the noise wasn't coming from there. It sounded like it was coming through the walls. It was hard to make out at first, like when your neighbor has their radio on just loud enough that you can hear it, but not loud enough to understand what's being said. But as I became more awake, I started to realize what I was hearing. It was screaming, not the kind of screaming you hear in horror films, but real terrified screaming. Multiple voices, all female, all young, mixed with the screaming were shouts. Adult women shouting things I couldn't quite make out. Something about staying in your beds and remain calm. Then more screaming, more desperate this time. I sat up on the futon, completely sober now despite all I'd had to drink. The sounds were getting clearer, like someone was slowly turning up the volume. And now I could smell it. Smoke. Not strong, but definitely there. My first thought, obviously, was that the building was on fire. I jumped up and opened the door to the main apartment, expecting to see smoke or flames, but everything was normal. Dave was passed out on the couch, snoring away. No smoke, no fire alarm going off. I went back to the spare room, and the sounds were still there, but fainter now. Young girls crying, calling for help. Adult women's voices becoming more panicked, and underneath it all, a faint crackling sound like a fire catching force. I'm not proud to admit it, but I was fucking terrified. I considered waking Dave up, but what would I say? Hey mate, I can hear the ghosts of dead orphans burning to death. I'd sound mental. So instead, I did the brave thing. I put my headphones in, turned my music up loud, and huddled under the blanket until dawn. When I finally emerged the next morning, Dave was making coffee in the kitchen. "Sleep all right?" he asked. "Yeah, grand," I lied. "Though, did you hear anything weird last night, like, voices or anything?" Dave looked at me strangely. "No, slept like a log. Why?" I shrugged it off. "No reason. Probably just dreaming." I nearly left it at that, convinced I'd just had some weird half-dream because I was stoned. But then Dave said something that made my blood run cold. Although, now you mention it, Mrs. Brennan next door did complain about noise a while back. Said she heard screaming coming from my flat one night when I wasn't even here. I tried to keep my voice casual. "What kind of screaming?" She said it sounded like children, lots of them. She thought I had the telly up too loud, but I wasn't even home that weekend. Went to Dublin to see my cousin, remember? I nodded slowly. "And what did you tell her?" Dave shrugged. "Told her it must have been coming from somewhere else. The building's old. Sound carries weird. Could have been from the street or the courtyard out back." I didn't stay for breakfast. Made an excuse about having to get to work, even though it was Saturday and the hardware shop didn't open until 10. For weeks afterward, I avoided the basement, turned down invites, made excuses. I couldn't bring myself to go back into that building. Eventually, Connor noticed something was up and confronted me about it. I finally told him what I'd heard that night in Dave's spare room. I expected him to laugh or tell me I was being stupid. Instead, he got really quiet. Then he told me something he'd never mentioned before. His aunt had been one of the children at St. Anne's orphanage. Not during the fire. She'd been transferred to another orphanage a year before, but she knew all the girls who died. "She never talks about it," Connor said. "But one night, after too much whiskey at Christmas, she told my mam that the nuns were horrible there, used to beat the girls for the smallest things, locked them in cupboards for hours as punishment. Some of the older girls tried to run away multiple times." He paused for a second, looking uncomfortable. "My aunt said she wasn't surprised when she heard about the fire. She said the girls in that place had been screaming for help for years, but nobody ever listened. It's been 7 years since that night, and I still can't explain what I heard. I've researched the fire extensively since then, found old newspaper articles, even spoke to a local historian. Everything Mikey told us was true. 32 girls died because the nuns wouldn't unlock the doors. They were more concerned with modesty than with saving lives. I've been back to the basement a few times since then, but only during busy nights when there's lots of people and noise. I've never stayed in Dave's apartment again, despite his invitations. I just can't bring myself to spend another night in that building. Sometimes, I still wonder about those girls. Were they trying to tell me something? Were they just trapped in some kind of loop, reliving their final moments? Or was it all in my head? Some weird combination of weed, alcohol, and Mikey's ghost story? I don't know, and maybe I never will. But I do know this. Sometimes when I'm walking past that old building, even in broad daylight, I swear I can smell smoke, just faintly, just for a second. And in those moments, I can almost hear them again, those desperate voices calling for help that never came. The worst part is that St. Anne's wasn't an isolated case. All across Ireland, there are buildings like this, old orphanages, Magdalene laundries, mother and baby homes, places where terrible things happen to vulnerable people, all under the watch of the church that was supposed to protect them. I'm not a superstitious person generally. I don't believe in God anymore, and I usually scoff at ghost stories. But whatever happened that night in Dave's apartment was real. I heard those girls, their voices, their terror, their desperate pleas for help, and sometimes I still hear them in my dreams. I guess some echoes never really fade away, especially when nobody was listening the first time around. Story 18. I never believed in ghosts. That was always Claire's thing. She grew up in a Catholic home, went to church every Sunday, and had all these beliefs about spirits and the afterlife. Me? I was the practical one, the logical one. I needed proof to believe in anything. Well, after what happened in that house on Mulberry Lane, I got my proof. And now I don't know what to believe anymore. We moved into the rental house in Oak Ridge about 3 years ago. It was a beautiful place, bigger than we needed, really. 2 stories with 4 bedrooms, a basement, and a huge yard where our daughter Lily could play. The rent was surprisingly affordable for such a nice house in a good neighborhood. Now I know why. Our routine was pretty set. Claire would take Lily upstairs around 7:30 for bath time, then read her stories until she fell asleep around 8. I'd stay downstairs in the living room, working on my laptop, catching up on emails or finishing projects. I'm a graphic designer, and I often had to put in extra hours after Lily went to bed. It was peaceful, just the sound of my typing, and occasionally the house settling. That all changed last November 12th to be exact. I remember the date because it was the day after my brother's birthday. I was sitting at my usual spot at the dining room table, facing the wall, with my back to the living room. I was deep into a project when suddenly the temperature dropped dramatically. And I mean dramatically, like someone had opened a door to the Arctic. I could see my breath in front of me, then came the feeling. It's hard to describe, but it was this overwhelming sensation that someone was standing directly behind me. Not just near me, but right behind me, so close that I should have been able to feel their breath on my neck. I felt like they were staring at the back of my head, studying me. And the worst part, I couldn't move. It wasn't like being paralyzed in a medical sense. It was more like my body refused to obey my commands. I wanted desperately to turn around, but I just couldn't. This went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few minutes. Then, as suddenly as it started, the cold disappeared. The room returned to its normal temperature, and I could move again. I whipped around, expecting to see someone, but there was nothing. Just our empty living room. I didn't tell Claire. She already believed in this stuff, and I didn't want to feed into it. Plus, I figured there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe the heating had temporarily gone out, and my mind played tricks on me. Maybe I'd fallen into some kind of micro-sleep from working too hard. There had to be a rational explanation. But the next night it happened again. Same time, around 9:30, same sudden drop in temperature, same feeling of someone standing behind me, watching, same inability to move. And again, after a few minutes, it stopped. The third night, I prepared myself. I made sure the heat was working properly. I had coffee to keep myself alert. But it didn't matter. It happened anyway. This time, I tried fighting against the invisible force keeping me still. I strained every muscle in my body trying to turn around, but it was like pushing against a brick wall. By the fourth night, I changed tactics. Instead of sitting at the table with my back to the room, I positioned myself on the sofa where I could see the entire living room. I pretended to work on my laptop, but I was really watching, waiting. 9:30 came and went, 9:45, nothing. Just as I started to think maybe it wouldn't happen that night, the temperature plummeted. I could see my breath again. That same paralyzing sensation came over me, but this time I was already facing the right direction. And that's when I saw her. At first, it was just a shimmer in the air, like heat rising from a road in summer. Then the shimmer took shape, becoming more defined until I could make out the figure of a little girl. She was maybe 6 or 7 years old, with long blonde hair hanging loose over her shoulders. She wore what looked like white pajamas or a nightgown. I could see the wall behind her through her body. She was translucent, but definitely there. My first thought was that it was Lily, that she'd gotten out of bed somehow. But no, Lily has dark hair, and this child was blonde. Plus, she didn't move like Lily. She just stood there, absolutely still, looking around the room curiously. There was no malice in her expression, no anger or sadness, just interest. After what felt like several minutes, the little girl turned and walked down the hallway toward the kitchen. She didn't look back at me. She just walked away and disappeared through the wall where the kitchen begins. The paralysis lifted, and I could move again. The room warmed up. I sat there, heart pounding, trying to rationalize what I'd just seen. Could it have been a reflection from outside, a trick of the light? But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. I just wasn't ready to admit it yet. The next night, I positioned myself on the sofa again. This time, I had my phone ready to record. 9:30 rolled around, and sure enough, the temperature dropped. The paralysis set in. And there she was again. The same little blonde girl in white pajamas. She appeared in the same spot, looked around the room with that same curious expression, and again walked down the hall to disappear into the kitchen wall. I checked my phone afterward. Nothing. The recording showed an empty room. I tried again the next night with the same result. Whatever this was, it didn't show up on camera. This continued for almost a week. Every night at 9:30, the little girl would appear, look around, and disappear into the kitchen wall, never making a sound, never acknowledging my presence, never doing anything threatening. In fact, after the initial shock wore off, there was something almost comforting about her appearances. The atmosphere never felt malevolent or scary, just watchful. After the 7th night, I finally decided to tell Claire. We were getting ready for bed, and I was struggling with how to bring it up when she noticed something was bothering me. "What's going on with you?" she asked. "You've been acting strange all week." I took a deep breath. "I need to tell you something, but I don't want you to freak out." "Okay," she said, sitting on the edge of our bed. "I think I've been seeing something downstairs, at night, when I'm working." Claire's expression changed. She leaned forward. "Is it the little girl?" I froze. My mouth literally fell open. "What did you say?" "The little girl," Claire repeated, "with the blonde hair, in the white nightgown." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "You've seen her too. Why didn't you say anything?" Claire shrugged. "I didn't want to scare you. You've always made fun of me for believing in spirits. I thought you'd think I was crazy." We stayed up until 3 in the morning comparing notes. Claire had seen the little girl several times over the past year, always upstairs, always just watching, never threatening, never scary, just there, looking, waiting for something. "I think she's lost," Claire said. "I think she needs help." The next evening, Claire came downstairs with me after putting Lily to bed. We sat together on the sofa, waiting. 9:30 came, and with it, the cold and the paralysis. The little girl appeared just as before and looked around the room. This time, when she turned to walk away, Claire managed to whisper a prayer. How she broke through the paralysis, I'll never know. "Dear Lord," she whispered, "please help this child find her way home to you. Help her find peace and rest." The little girl paused. For the first time, she seemed to notice us. She turned slightly, not fully facing us, but acknowledging our presence. Then she continued down the hall and disappeared. That was the last time we saw her. 6 months passed without incident. We started to wonder if we'd imagined the whole thing. Life returned to normal. We even joked about our ghost week sometimes. Then our landlord, Mr. Harrison, showed up one day to talk about renewing our lease. We were actually planning to move. I'd gotten a job offer in another city, so we were going through the paperwork for our move-out process. As Mr. Harrison was leaving, I made a joke. "Hey, you didn't happen to mention that the house is haunted when we moved in, did you?" I expected him to laugh or look confused. Instead, his face went pale. "What did you see?" he asked quietly. Claire and I exchanged glances. "A little girl," I said. "Blonde hair, white nightgown, always appearing at 9:30 at night." Mr. Harrison sat back down heavily on our sofa. That would be Emily, he said, my daughter. He went on to explain that he had designed and built the house himself for his family 15 years ago. Their 6-year-old daughter, Emily, had fallen from the top of the stairs one night. She'd landed on the stone floor of the entryway and died instantly. They couldn't bear to live in the house after that, but he couldn't bring himself to sell it either. So they moved out and started renting it. My wife never set foot in this house again after the accident, he said. She just couldn't. She passed away last November. Cancer. Last November, the exact month when I started seeing the little girl. November 7th, he continued. That was when she died. 5 days before I first saw the apparition. Claire reached out and took Mr. Harrison's hand. I think Emily was looking for her mother, she said gently. I think when your wife passed, Emily sensed it somehow. She was searching for her. Mr. Harrison nodded slowly, tears in his eyes. That makes sense. Joanne, my wife, she was always the last one to say goodnight to Emily. She'd tuck her in at 8, then come back at 9:30 to check on her one last time before going to bed herself. 9:30, the exact time Emily appeared to us every night. I think maybe your prayers helped, Mr. Harrison said to Claire. Maybe they both found peace. We moved out a week later, but I still think about that house, about Emily. I wonder if she's still there, or if she finally found what she was looking for and moved on. I wonder if the new tenants see her. Sometimes Lily talks about her friend she used to see at bedtime, a blonde girl who would watch her from the doorway. We never told Lily about Emily. We didn't want to scare her. But sometimes I wonder if Emily was watching over Lily too, if she found some comfort in the presence of another little girl in her home. I'm not a skeptic anymore, I can't be. Not after what I saw, not after learning Emily's story. But I'm also not afraid, because what I learned from our ghost wasn't that the supernatural world is scary. What I learned is that even after death, love remains. A little girl searching for her mother, a mother who couldn't bear to enter the house where she lost her child. And maybe, just maybe, they found each other in the end. I like to think they did. So that's my ghost story. Not scary in the traditional sense, I guess. No one got hurt, no one was threatened. Just a little lost girl looking for her mom. But it changed me. It changed how I see the world, how I think about life and death and what might come after. And sometimes, when I'm working late at night in our new house, I still get that feeling that someone is watching me from behind. I don't get paralyzed anymore, and the temperature stays normal. But the feeling is there. And instead of being scared, I just smile and whisper, "Good night, Emily," before turning back to my work. Story 19. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me when I was 15. It's been 8 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat thinking about it. I grew up in Westbrook, one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone, and nothing exciting ever happens. At least that's what I thought until that year. The year, everything changed for me. It started on a regular Tuesday morning in April. I was still half asleep in my bed when my mum came in to wake me up for school. I remember it was raining outside, and I was desperately trying to cling to those last few moments of sleep while my mum crossed my room to get clothes from my closet. "Emma, you need to get up now or you'll be late," she said, rummaging through my closet for something clean. I groaned and rolled over, finally opening my eyes. That's when I saw him, an elderly man standing at the foot of my bed. He was using one of those square walkers, the kind you'd see at a nursing home. I remember noticing it didn't have the tennis balls on the bottom that they usually do. He was just standing there, watching me. The weirdest thing was that I didn't feel scared, not at all. It felt almost normal, like he was supposed to be there. "Hello," I said, my voice still thick with sleep. My mum turned around from the closet. "Who are you talking to?" "The old man," I replied, pointing to the foot of my bed. My mum's face scrunched up in confusion. What old man? Emma, stop messing around and get up. I looked back and he was gone. Just gone. Like he'd never been there at all. At the time, I shrugged it off. Maybe I was still dreaming or something. My mum clearly thought I was just being weird, and we never really talked about it again. I almost forgot about it completely. Until that night in October. The night that still haunts me. It was a Friday, and my dad and I had been setting up a telescope in the backyard earlier. He was really into astronomy and was trying to get me interested too. We'd spent a couple hours out there, but then he got called into work for some emergency. He was a doctor at the small hospital in town. Mom was at her book club, so I had the house to myself. I decided to watch Harry Potter in our playroom, which was this open space connected to the kitchen. The layout of our house was kind of weird. The playroom had a direct view of the front door if you were sitting on the couch. I remember turning off all the lights, except for the kitchen one because I liked the spooky atmosphere for Harry Potter. The front door was open to let in the cool October breeze, but the screen door was shut. It was around 11:30 at night. The movie was at that part where Harry's walking through the Forbidden Forest, and I was completely absorbed in it. That's when I heard it. This slam against our screen door. Not like someone knocking, more like something had thrown itself against it. My entire body just froze. You know that feeling when your blood turns to ice? That's what happened. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. All I could do was stare at the screen door. And that's when I saw it. The screen door was bulging inward, like something was pressing against it, something big. I couldn't make out any details because it was dark outside and the porch light wasn't on. But I could tell it was tall, taller than me by a lot, maybe between 4 and 6 feet. And it was just standing there watching me. I know it was watching me because I could feel it. It's hard to explain, but have you ever felt someone's eyes on you? It was like that, but 1,000 times more intense. I sat there, completely paralyzed, for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. The screen door kept bulging, and whatever was behind it kept watching. I couldn't even reach for my phone to call for help. I was just trapped there, staring at this thing. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it backed away. The screen door returned to normal. I heard footsteps, not human footsteps, more like, I don't even know how to describe it, heavy but soft at the same time. They faded away into the night. I sat there for another 30 minutes, too terrified to move. When I finally got the courage to get up, I ran to the front door and locked it. I checked all the other doors and windows, too. Then I called my dad and begged him to come home. He could tell I was freaking out, so he came back as soon as he could. When I told him what happened, he checked outside, but didn't find anything. No footprints, no evidence that anything had been there. He tried to convince me it was probably just an animal, maybe a deer or something that got spooked and ran into the screen door. But I know what I saw. It wasn't an animal. Animals don't stand and watch you like that. It was only years later that I realized something that made the whole experience even more terrifying. The screen door hadn't been locked. Whatever was out there watching me could have come in at any moment. It could have pushed the door open and taken me, but it didn't. It just watched, and that's not even the end of it. About a month after the screen door incident, something else happened that convinced me our house wasn't normal. I had this old music box with a ballerina doll that my grandma had given me when I was little. I hadn't played with it in years. It was just sitting on my bookshelf collecting dust. The thing was, it had been broken for a long time. The spring that made the ballerina spin and the music play had snapped when I was about 10, and we never got it fixed. I was doing homework in my room one night when I heard it, the tinkling notes of Swan Lake coming from the music box. I looked up and saw the ballerina slowly spinning around. I literally felt my heart stop. There was no way that box could be playing. The spring was broken. I tried to wind it up hundreds of times over the years, and it never worked. I watched, completely frozen again, as the ballerina spun around and around, the music playing softly. After maybe 30 seconds, it stopped. I got up, hands shaking, and opened the box. The spring was still broken, just like I knew it was. I never told my parents about the music box. By that point, I think I was afraid they'd think I was going crazy or making things up for attention. But I know what I heard and what I saw. These three experiences, the old man, the thing at the screen door, and the music box, they changed me. Before all this happened, I was just a normal teenager. I worried about homework and friends and whether the cute boy in math class liked me back. After, I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. I started sleeping with the lights on. I'd check behind doors and in closets before entering a room. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, certain that someone or something was watching me. My parents eventually noticed the change in my behavior and sent me to a therapist. I never told her the real reason I was so jumpy and paranoid all the time. How could I? Oh, I think my house is haunted and I was stalked by some supernatural entity. Yeah, that would have gone over great. So I made up some stuff about school stress, and eventually they stopped worrying so much. But here's the thing, I've been to college now, lived in dorms and apartments, traveled to different countries, and I've never experienced anything like what happened in that house in Westbrook, not even close. Which makes me think it wasn't just my imagination or teenage hormones or whatever. There was something about that house or that town, or maybe even me at that age, that attracted these experiences. The most terrifying part of all this isn't even the experiences themselves, though they were plenty scary. It's the fact that I'll never know what they were or why they happened to me. Was the old man a ghost? Was he somehow connected to the thing at the screen door? What made my broken music box play by itself? I've tried researching the history of our house and the land it was built on. I've looked into local legends and folklore from Westbrook. I've even joined online forums for people who've had paranormal experiences. Nothing quite matches what happened to me. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was watching me that night is still out there somewhere, if it's found someone else to observe, if it's still standing outside screen doors, pressing against them, watching. I moved away from Westbrook the minute I graduated high school, and I've never gone back except to visit my parents on holidays. They still live in that house, and they've never experienced anything strange, or at least they've never told me if they have. Sometimes I wonder if they're just trying to protect me, or if whatever was there was only interested in me. There are nights when I'm lying in bed, almost asleep, and I'll suddenly get that feeling again, that someone's watching me. My eyes will snap open, and for a split second, I'll expect to see the old man with his walker standing at the foot of my bed. Or worse, I'll imagine the sound of something slamming against my window, the glass bulging inward as whatever it is presses against it, watching me. I still don't know what to make of what happened that year. All I know is that the boundary between our world and whatever else is out there, it's thinner than we think. And sometimes things from the other side cross over. Sometimes they just want to watch. And sometimes I fear they want more than that. I don't know why it only watched me that night. I don't know why it didn't come in. But I'm grateful it didn't. And I'm terrified of what might happen if I ever encounter it again. Story 20. I still get goosebumps telling this story, even though it's been over a decade now. I've never been the type to believe in paranormal stuff, but what happened to me changed everything I thought I knew about reality. I've kept this mostly to myself because, well, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, even if it's just sharing with strangers who might understand. It started when I was 9 years old. We lived in this small rural town called Shadow Vale, one of those places where everybody knows everybody, and the nearest Walmart was a 30-minute drive away. Our house wasn't anything special, just a modest 3-bedroom place where I shared a room with my 2 siblings. I slept on the bottom bunk, which I usually hated because my brother would sometimes dangle his arm down and try to scare me. But that position gave me a clear view into the hallway, when our door was left open, which my little sister always insisted on because she was afraid of the dark. One night, I suddenly woke up. Not gradually, not with that foggy feeling you usually have. It was like someone had flipped a switch in my brain. My eyes shot open and I was instantly alert. I had this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. You know that prickly sensation on the back of your neck? It was like that, but all over my body. I turned my head toward the doorway and that's when I saw her. There was a woman standing in our bedroom doorway. Except she wasn't really a woman. She was a silhouette, completely black and featureless, but somehow I knew it was female. The strangest part was that I could see the hallway right through her, like she was made of dark smoke or something. But her edges weren't solid. They kind of flickered and shifted, almost like a bad TV signal. The colors and textures around her seemed to get pulled into her outline, warping and bending like she was disturbing the fabric of reality just by existing. I remember thinking I was still dreaming, so I called out, "Mom!" My voice sounded so small in that quiet room. She didn't answer. She didn't move. She just watched me. I couldn't see any eyes, but I felt her staring right at me, studying me. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I was too terrified to call out again. I couldn't even move. I just lay there, staring back at her. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute, she just left. She didn't walk away or fade out. 1 second she was there, and the next she wasn't. I pulled my blanket over my head and stayed that way until morning, not daring to look out again. When I told my parents the next day, they just said I had a nightmare. My dad joked about cutting back on the scary movies, but I hadn't even been watching any. I tried to explain how real it felt, how different it was from a dream. But they just exchanged that look parents give each other when they think their kid is being silly. I almost convinced myself they were right. Almost. 3 years passed without anything weird happening. I had mostly forgotten about that night until we visited my grandparents' farmhouse when I was 12. Their house was this old 2-story place that had been in the family for generations. It had all these creaky floors and weird draft spots that made curtains move when all the windows were closed. There was this one guest room on the 2nd floor that I'd always hated. I couldn't explain why, but every time I walked past it, I felt uneasy, like the air was somehow heavier around that door. Of course, that's exactly where I had to sleep during our visit. My first night there, I did everything I could to delay going to bed. I helped Grandma with the dishes, played cards with Grandpa until he started dozing off in his chair, and even offered to take out the trash, anything to avoid that room. But eventually, around 11 o'clock, I ran out of excuses. The room was cold, despite it being summer. I remember the wallpaper was this faded floral pattern that somehow looked like faces if you stared at it too long. I got into bed, pulled the scratchy quilt up to my chin, and tried to fall asleep with a small bedside lamp on. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jerking awake with that same sensation, that feeling of being watched. The lamp was off. I hadn't turned it off. But now the room was pitch black, except for the thin strip of moonlight coming through the gap in the curtains. That same prickling feeling covered my skin like static electricity. My first thought was that someone had broken into the house, so I checked the window, still locked. I looked in the closet, nothing but old coats and boxes. I even got on my hands and knees and checked under the bed, finding only dust bunnies. I tried to convince myself it was just being in an unfamiliar place that had me spooked. I lay back down, closed my eyes, and recited the times tables in my head to try to fall asleep. I got all the way to 12 times 12 when something made me open my eyes. They were standing at the foot of my bed. 2 of them. Tall, dark silhouettes, just like the woman I'd seen years before. They had that same strange quality. Solid black, but somehow transparent at the same time. with edges that flickered and shifted like static. One was slightly taller than the other, but neither had any distinguishable features. Just black shapes where people should be. I couldn't move, literally couldn't move. It was like my entire body was frozen solid, but my mind was racing. I tried to scream, but nothing came out except a pathetic whimper. I tried to reach for the lamp, but my arms wouldn't respond. I was completely paralyzed by fear. My grandparents were really religious, strict Pentecostal, and they'd taught me all these prayers to say when I was scared. So in my head, I started reciting every prayer I could remember. Now I lay me down to sleep. Our Father who art in heaven, and every Bible verse I'd ever memorized. But the shadow people didn't go away. If anything, they seemed to grow stronger. They started getting taller. Not like they were standing on tiptoes, but like they were stretching upward, elongating until they nearly touched the ceiling. They loomed over me like giant trees, and I had this horrible feeling that they were somehow feeding off my fear, getting bigger and stronger the more terrified I became. And I was terrified, more scared than I've ever been before or since. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would break my ribs, and I couldn't catch my breath. I thought I was going to die right there, that they were going to do something horrible to me. Then at the peak of my terror, something incredible happened. I felt this sudden warmth in the center of my chest, like someone had poured warm honey directly into my heart. It spread throughout my body in waves, replacing the fear with an unexplainable sense of peace. I wasn't scared anymore. I felt protected, safe. The shadow figures seemed to shrink back, getting smaller and fainter until they disappeared entirely. I fell asleep almost instantly after that, and when I woke up the next morning, I convinced myself it had been a nightmare. I didn't tell anyone, not even my parents. What would I say? That I saw shadow people who fed on my fear? That some mysterious force protected me? They'd think I was crazy. Life went back to normal after that visit. I turned 13, then 14, got my first phone, made the basketball team, regular kid stuff. I almost managed to forget about the shadow people entirely. Then I got sick, really sick. It started with what seemed like a normal flu, fever, body aches, extreme fatigue, but it didn't get better. It got worse. After a week of barely being able to get out of bed, my parents took me to the hospital. The doctors ran tests and found I had cancer, a rare and aggressive form that had already spread. But that wasn't the worst part. I'd also developed some rare infection that was attacking my left eye. Everything happened so fast after that. I was admitted to the hospital, started on aggressive treatments, and told I might lose my eye. The pain was unbearable at times, and the medications they gave me made me feel like I was floating outside my body. My parents tried to stay positive around me, but I caught them crying in the hallway more than once. About 2 weeks into my hospital stay, things took a turn for the worse. My body was shutting down. I could feel it. That slow, heavy feeling, like I was sinking into quicksand. The doctors had serious conversations with my parents just outside my room, speaking in hushed tones, but I caught phrases like, "Prepare yourselves," and "comfort measures." I knew what that meant, even at 14. My grandmother came to visit that evening, bringing along a friend from her church. They stood on either side of my bed and started praying over me. Grandma took out a small vial of anointing oil, something they used in their church for healing prayers. I was so weak I couldn't even open my right eye. My left was covered with bandages by this point, but I could hear them praying fervently. As they prayed, something strange happened. Even with my eye closed, I could somehow see the outline of my hospital room door. It was like seeing through my eyelid, but everything had this gray, shadowy quality to it. I watched as the door opened just a few inches, not enough for a person to come through, but enough for someone to peek in, and someone did. The silhouette of a man appeared in the gap, looking into my room. Unlike the other shadow people I'd seen, this one didn't feel threatening. It was just curious. I watched, unable to alert my grandmother or her friend, as this shadow person slipped into the room and approached my bed. It stood there for a moment, just looking down at me. Then it reached out one dark, formless hand toward my forehead. At the exact moment its hand would have touched me, my grandmother placed her oil-covered thumb on my forehead, making the sign of the cross while praying for healing. The sensation was indescribable, like an electric current running through my entire body, but not painful. It was energizing, revitalizing. The shadow person stepped back, seeming satisfied, and then simply faded away. That night, after everyone had gone home and the hospital was quiet, except for the beeping of machines, I prayed. Not the memorized prayers my grandparents had taught me, but a simple, honest plea for understanding. What were these things? Why did they appear to me? Were they trying to harm me or help me? When I woke up the next morning, something had changed. The doctors came in looking confused, saying my latest test results showed improvement, not just a little improvement, substantial improvement. The infection was responding to treatment, and while I would still lose my eye, the cancer wasn't spreading as aggressively as before. But the real change was inside me. I knew, with absolute certainty, the kind of knowing that goes beyond facts or evidence, that I was going to survive. Not just make it through the next few days, but actually recover. I couldn't explain how I knew this, but the certainty was unshakable. The day of my surgery arrived. As they prepped me, getting me ready to be wheeled into the operating room, I saw them again. Shadow people, 8 of them, 4 on each side of my bed, like an honor guard. They didn't move or speak, if they even could speak, but I felt their presence as protective rather than threatening. And there was something else in the room too, something I'd never seen before. In the chair where my parents usually sat, there was what I can only describe as the opposite of a shadow person. Instead of being darker than its surroundings, this figure was slightly brighter, like it was made of light rather than shadow. It wasn't glowing or anything dramatic, just a gentle luminescence in the shape of a person. The surgery went perfectly, better than expected, according to the surgeons. My recovery was what the medical staff called remarkable and unprecedented. I lost my left eye and I still had months of treatment ahead of me, but I was going to live. I'm 25 now. I wear a prosthetic eye that most people don't even notice unless I point it out. I still have regular checkups, but I've been cancer-free for over 10 years. The doctors call me a medical miracle. They've written papers about my case, trying to explain the unexplainable. I've never told them about the shadow people, or the light person in the chair, or the weird flickering silhouette that touched my forehead at the exact moment my grandmother anointed me with oil. How could I? They'd think the medications had caused hallucinations, or that the trauma had affected my mind. But I know what I saw. I know that these entities, whatever they are, have been present at pivotal moments in my life. Were they guardians, harbingers, some kind of interdimensional beings that can somehow interact with our reality? I don't have answers, just experiences that I can't explain. I still see them occasionally. Just glimpses out of the corner of my eye, a dark shape that disappears when I turn my head, or a slight brightening in an empty room. They've never felt threatening again, not since that night at my grandparents' house. Now they just feel present, watchful, waiting. For what, I don't know. But sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I feel that familiar sensation of being watched. And instead of being afraid, I find it comforting. Because whatever these shadow guardians are, they've been with me through the darkest moments of my life, and somehow I'm still here to tell the tale.